Hello everybody, I hope you had a nice wonderful morning and have a nice day. We are going to do some stuff today. So, last stream was on Friday and we were doing some stuff with our new explosion effect, and we finished actually our whole work on our explosion effects. It was very nice, and I will let you see the result right now. Now let Unity compile, and then I'm going to show you the explosion effect that we were working on, and this is now really finished work. So really pleased with this, and now we can move on. I think we have done the most difficult task that we will have to do until the next patch. So let's start showing you this. So right at the moment, the player is in a test mode where he will always attack with this explosion effect. So this is very nice to show you. So if I attack now, yeah, I will always attack with an explosion time. So I can now go ahead and attack these enemies. Let's see how this looks. Like you could see that they were taking a lot of damage, and it is also an area of effect damage. So very useful for taking down multiple enemies. Will not show it onto weaker enemies, which would have no buffs. So this is a very good example how you can take down weak enemies just really fast. Like you have your cannon fodder that you just want to have in your game for the player just to enjoy his abilities and have something that he can kill really fast. Just to maybe in this game you can actually gain health by killing people, so you could also benefit from that and load up some skills. But it's also a common trope just to have some weak enemies where you can test out your skills and be a little bit more sloppy just while killing them and have some fun. So when killing those weaker enemies, you can also try to work on your style or on your moveset, so you're not under pressure. This is nice. So right now the character is making an explosion with every attack. You can see that this even pushes him back, and it would be nice for a kind of jump effect if maybe some people want to jump with the explosion. Let me do it right. Now you have a really nice boost with the explosion. But what will not be in the game is that you can do multiple explosions at once, like this. This would of course be ridiculous. So let's end the testing mode. So in the game, how is this handled? How are you going to get your explosion effect? It's working like this. You bite an enemy, and the bite enables your explosion effect. So you have to go into melee range and bite an enemy, which is not always easy. Some enemies are really hard to hit. We might have to fix that later. Actually, I have to write it on the to-do list. First enemy that you encounter actually is hard to bite, and we will have to do something about that. Because let's say the enemy type where you will learn how to move and how to behave. So you cannot have the first enemy type to be the hardest one to bite, what we actually want the player to learn and do. So let's just make this a point in the to-do list. Peasant does not auto damage in melee. So right now the peasant is taking a pitchfork and running towards player. And when you run into this pitchfork, you will automatically do damage. Now this isn't a bad enemy type. The problem is you cannot really bite them, because you're always going to run into the melee range, which is not good for the first enemy, where you want the player to encourage to use all the abilities that he has. So we'll need to fix this later. Actually, this is very important. So we might put this up ahead a little bit. Since with the next patch, this is actually also not a hard fix. It will take some time. So we will have to do a new animation for the peasant. He will go to the player with his pitchfork up, and then when he comes close to the player, he will have a step animation, just like the bandit, and do his damage at the end of his step animation. So this will be easy for the player to counter. If you are fast, you can bite the peasant then, and it's much better for the player to learn how to use all of his abilities. So at the start, you don't want the player to be under too much pressure. If it means he won't learn the important things that he needs to know in later levels. So you won't want to train your player to do what actually is fun in the game. So will need to fix this. So the next things that we have on our list are all some things that we can do much quicker than the things that we had before of that in the list, like the explosion effect, because we had to do so many hit effects for special cases. Now we won't have to do that again, and this is why it is going to be much faster. Also, we did a whole scene for our new skill effect, which took a whole lot of time, and with all the animation and sound recording, that's not going to happen with these ones. So hopefully it will not take too much time, but we don't know. Development often takes way more time than you think, even if things go right. So let's just hope for the best there. So it's been a nice sunny day today, actually. I hope that I will not die today, because it's really hot here in Germany right now. I know in a lot of other counties as well, maybe even hotter than here, much hotter. Yesterday I was on a tournament. It was 32, 33 degrees, and the sun was shining the whole tournament along, and with full burst sun rays on your whole body, it was really hard to not get a heat stroke. We actually had a player from New Zealand there who was coming for us to help us out, and he really had to be taken out after a few games because he could not handle the heat anymore. And actually, there were even more people from our team that said after a few games that they can't play another game, and we did forfeit one game. We tried to settle it down with the duel, but we lost the duel, so we did let the other team get the point because we needed a break from the heat. And our players that we had were not the players that come every week. So yeah, it was really hard yesterday, but really nice entertainment. So what I'm talking about is I'm doing Jugger, and yesterday was a hard tournament, and we didn't perform as well. But I didn't expect us to perform well because our best players were all sick or had an accident. So we were just there for fun and a learning experience. So today, I hopefully hope the weather won't heat up my room too much, because then I will have to take a break and open the window. Can't open the window right now because the sound of cars nearby will interfere with the stream, which is really annoying. So hopefully I won't have to open the window. Yeah. Or I may turn off the camera and take my shirt off just to handle the heat. Because if it's more than 30 degrees in my room, I don't want to get too much distracted by that. But we'll see. So now we have this explosion effect. This explosion effect now is on the character and is going to activate every time he casts. This is not what we want to do. And this is because of an if clause that we modified. And behind that if clause, we did write a to do. What is a to do in a programming language? You write it in after some comments. In the comment, you write to do, and later you can find to dos. So what does it mean? I will show you. Easy. Here in wider other text editors as well, you can find to-dos, like here. See, this is the to-do view. Going to open this little window here, and you can now look at the whole solution. Actually, the whole solution I did look through this before in preparation for the stream. Does not contain the files of our game, which is a little bit unexpected, I have to say. You can look into the current file. We have not selected a current file, so nothing to do here. We can go for scope based. So scope based is going to look up at the current folder that we are in and look at all the connections in this folder which we are generating to have our program. So it's trying to look at the whole program. And what we want to look at is everything in the assets folder. The assets folder is what we as people, as developer, did drag into the Unity project to modify. And here we can find this little to-do command. So this is why to-dos are very, very powerful, because you write a to-do, and when you finish your problem, sorry, let me drink. So you write a to-do like this. Remove this comment, use actual code, Yeah. So let's do this. And now we fixed our testing function. Yeah. Before it was a testing function. Now it's a real function. And this is why to-dos are very powerful. If you write a lot of to-dos, later when you finish your build and you want to publish your work, you can just check if you have left a to-do. And if there's a to-do, you can just find them and then, oh yeah, I wanted to do that. Oh yes, I have to comment that out. And then you might find something that you have forgotten about, which is the most common thing in programming, because you're thinking about a lot of things here and there, have to make a lot of connections. That's why you have to keep your code clear. Keep your code clear. Try to don't try to be a genius. Don't try to be a genius, because that's how people fail, because they are overestimating their brain power. And by structuring things so that they can't go wrong, is often more genius than trying to keep everything in mind, because then you are just introducing yourself to failure. Okay, now what's going to do? It's going to check if the skill is ready, and this boolean is set true if you bite something. So it's not that you can cast your explosion effect every time now. You have to write something now. Test this out. Let the Unity compile there. And press play. Now you see, when I attack, it's not taking the explosion. Now let me bite someone. Now you see that this hand is glowing red, so the player actually can see if he has enabled an attack. So it's also taking care of the readability. Now I can take it, and now I can make the explosion. Okay. This is working. You don't have to take care of that anymore. Let's cross it out and go on to the next subject. So in this sub-step to-do list, we have now a blood burst effect. Let's maybe play it. I think we can play it by just setting our bloodthirst to 0 or 1. I think it will not then play. So here's a bloodthirst. Bloodlust. Let's set this to 1. You lose bloodlust just by time right now. And when this is going to 0, going to displace a bloodlust effect. Let's see if this works. It doesn't work. Go to 0? No, it's not active right now. So let's activate bloodlust. Where can we do this? I think there should be active bloodthirst here. So we have to actually activate it. There's certain levels, boss levels right now, where bloodlust will not be enabled because it didn't make any sense in the boss fight. And we're going to fix this. After we redo the effect. But let's redo the effect first. So let's look at the effect. And then I will tell you what is wrong with the effect. First, let's set bloodlust 1. We are losing bloodlust already. So you hear this heartbeat sound. You see the effect around the camera character coming in, Is there something happening with the character? And now we are losing bloodthirst right here. So it's not too bad. There's also effect on the hard UI. Let's play again. We'll have to reset blood loss in the script. I think it automatically sets itself to 35. So you also see that the UI is displacing an effect like your blood meter has run out of blood. You're now taking damage. I think this is all very good, but let's show you that one last time. The circles around the character, I think they look a little bit odd. I don't think they look I just don't like them. I think they look a little bit too cheap, and they don't tell us enough what this character what this bloodthirst actually does. So first, because we have to because we have to play to edit blast every time I want to show this, I'm going to set the game next time to focused instead of maximized. Maximized means it will it nearly plays in full screen. So you see these circles right here around the character. They tell you a little bit that there's something going on with the character, which is fine, but I think we can improve this effect. So first, let's set this to focused. Oh, it's focused, but normally. Now it won't go into full screen every time. I can just can set up the blood loss a little bit faster in the expector. Okay. Now let's grab the effect. Find it. Yes, we can find it. In a material setup for this, let's go to the prefab and play the effect. There it is. Okay. I will have to go to the bathroom real quick and be right back. So give me a minute and we'll go on. See you then. Okay, I'm back. Thank you for waiting. And actually think I have to do something about the music. I wanted to have something as a nice background music, but this has vocals, and I actually get distracted by vocals a little bit. So I'm going to go into something more classical. This is chilled electronic from Twitch soundtrack, which is supposed to be non-copyrighted. Is important for your words, and actually getting copyright striked is always a very bad feeling. Now I hope this will not distract me too much. Sometimes I even turn off music for some hours. Sometimes it's getting distracting too much. Whatever. So we have this bloodlust effect, which is displaying that we are losing health right now. And I said that we have to redo this because this is telling us, okay, it's displayed on the character, but let's actually drag this on the character. So we will have, when we edit this, have a little bit of a feeling how this will work in the game. And let's play this. And the first thing I want to try with this is just to change the circles around the character. Because as I said, I think they look a little bit too rough. I think they just don't fit the overall quality of the game, which doesn't say much, but I've some really easy fixes for this because we have actually some other circle effects that we can just try out, and if they don't work, we can just go back and use this effect again. Let's try out another circle, which is I think it was called shockwave, energy shockwave. Yes. Where is it? There are two kind of materials. Okay, I don't find it. Try to find it in the. This is the shockwave. I think there was a second one. I don't find it right now. Explosion distortion. Yeah, this is the second one. So let's go into the bloodlust effect and look at distortion. This is the other effect that I want to try. You see that this has a really nice color and glow. It's not wet though. Let's just see how it plays. So I think this just looks so much nicer than the effect that we have before. Just by swapping out the material and trying out a little bit some new things. So some of these materials are done by myself. I actually draw them. Some are important, like this energy explosion and both of these distortion. They are just in an open source package of Unity. And if you want to get a good explosion, for example, you would have to really set up a camera and record an explosion, filter out the background, and I don't just have the equipment for that, and don't think it's bad to import explosions which are just there for free use, and don't think there's any problem with that. The same with these shockwaves. These are not really really difficult to draw effects. Just need some time. If you can save the time, why don't use an effect that has already been created? So let's make our own material for this. Last activation. Now this is a new material and we need to set it up. Right now it's just a standard sprite. We don't want this. This will be a particle effect. It won't be lit. Lit and unlit is how it's going to interact with the lightning in your scene. And now this is also an unlit particle. We are going to just copy everything, all of this. Copy real properties and inside insert them into our new material right here. Now we are going to drag the material to the render. So now we use our new effect. And we see right now that it's displacing it in red immediately. I actually don't know why. Well, let's find out where's the difference. But this right here has an emission. This doesn't. What is an emission doing? In the HDR, it's going to apply a bloom effect to the camera. And it's actually some kind of glow. It's glowing or some kind of lightning. It's going to be displayed in its direct environment. So if I enable this, you see that the base map, which was red, is now overwritten. What I want to do is I want to try it out in red. Because Bloodlust is red. Let's try this in red. So we see it's glowing way too bright. Way too bright. Let's turn down the intensity. Experiment with that. Okay. You can also experiment with the base map. Okay, this is not doing something right now. Let's maybe try additive as a color mode. If we set it to multiply, is it emitting? Yes. It's still not using the base map. But this way, the emission from the emission map can actually be red. So let's try out to find our best intensity for that. I think if it's dark, it might be not distracting that much. If it's bright, it might look cool. So let's try both things and then decide what we want to use. Will look like this in the game later. I think it's a little bit distracting. Also, I think it's not fast enough. I think it should be faster. So let's set the duration to 1 second. Then it's only going to emit 1 time. Let's try to double the rate over time and half the duration. I'm going to do now. Okay, I want to halve the lifetime. I think this is a little bit more clear then. Now you're going to see this effect a lot in the game. So if it's too long, it's getting old very fast. And if you are going to see this so many times, you don't want it to play too long, because it's not that important if you see this 100 times in the game. Now let's try to how it looks if we put down the emission. Let me play the effect again. Pause it. Let's put down the emission. Really dark red color. Try that again. Now I think it's kind of not big enough. Like the border of the edges. It's kind of... What do I would say about this? I think they could be a little bit... Maybe like... so they... Like this. So they are still more in the dark red than the bright red. Okay, now let's also do something. Let's fade them in a little bit more nicely. Right now they are coming in at a really fast pace. So it's nearly flashing in. So we want to try out to let them fade in slower. If you let them fade in very slow, let me show you what that looks. We don't see that because of the mission mode. That's not good. Not what we want. So the problem I see right now, it's fading in immediately because the mission overrides the color. So there's no color. Can disable this. Won't change anything. This is by the way not the same emission that is coming from the material. This emission map has nothing to do with the emission in a particle system. Emission in a particle system is just how many times is this particle going to be displayed. So let's see if we can find something about this. Unity, particle system, change, emission. This is done via script. We don't want to be scripting this because it will take a lot of time. Hmm. Hmm. Did not find anything. We could try out different blending modes and see if the emission is being interfered by a certain blending type, color mode. Don't have much hope for this. I think I did something like and here it's additive and multiply. Try this out. Additive and multiply. How that looks. Ah, okay, when we set it to additive and multiply, the color is being multiplied with the emission. So we can try to set this to a color. Let's set this to red and see if this changes anything. I don't see a difference. I don't see a difference. I think now we can just change the alpha channel. What? Oh, I think it's overwritten with this color. No, it's not. With this color, does it do anything? No. Now set the alpha. Hmm. But we lost, but we lost the whole control over its color. Now it's always in this mode with truly very bright at the edges. Oh, in the center, it's very bright, and I don't want this. This is not what I want. That won't work. Pre-multiply won't work. Suppose that alpha is doing anything. All. Let's just first try to set the color. So it's only setting the color with multiply, I think. Oh. Then it won't apply the alpha, the color. So if I change the alpha right here, it won't do anything because its emission is not set up to do so. This won't do anything, I expect. No. Let's put on the distortion, which is also not working correctly. The soft particles off. Okay. It has something to do with soft particles or distortion, I guess. It's a distortion. It's this distortion info that we actually don't want to set. Interesting. And soft particles doesn't seem to do anything right now. I think if we set this to a really high value, maybe. Yeah. So, and I'm not quite 100% sure what this does. I think it has some information for camera distance, but I'm not sure about that. So, let's just not use it. If you don't understand it, don't use it. Now, let's set this to a nice color. I think right now, should it be overwritten by this color? Is so. No, by this one. Well, let's see if this color does anything. Yes, it does. But it's barely noticeable. Well, let's just set this to red. Okay. And so set the base map to red. And then we want this to be dark red color overall. So not too much emission. Ooh. Thing. Going into multiply additive. That might be the color that we want. Yep. I think this is much more subtle. Maybe a little bit darker. So dark red. Like why is dark red a good color for this? Because dark red is just how blood looks. And in this game, when you're bloodthirsty, you want to think a little bit of blood. So don't overdo the mission. It's into dark red. So we are working against our dark red color with the emission, because the emission is light and light is always bright. So let's put the emission to 5. 105. Okay, I still want this to be a little bit faster. So let's put the duration to 0.5 and the rate over time to 8. Okay, and I think you should also change the color over lifetime so it does not fade out so fast. But it does fade in faster. Okay, now we can the last thing, try to reverse the color of our lifetime, size of our lifetime. And what this does now is, instead of being big and coming to the character, going outside of the character, like displaying bloodlust. Not sure if I'm a fan of that though. No, I don't like the curve right now, because the curve is going in the end very straight forward. Don't want this. Want it to curve like this. Yeah, maybe not that much. And let's try out to let it come back again. Yep, I like it. So this will be much faster. And I think we could maybe add a little bit of blood or particle effects to this. Not sure about that. So what could we add to this effect? We could add blood, add sparks. No, I don't think sparks will. Oh, sparks don't make sense. Could add a flashing light. Let's just try it. Let's just try it. So let's add a game object. Flashlight. What do we want this to do? It's exactly the same particle system as the first one. But instead of emitting multiple multiple instances of wings around you, I only want to burst out one wing. Only one wing. It's a time 0. And I want it to be way bigger. So how do we do this? We're going just to multiply this by, so say 10. Let's multiply this by 10. Now, okay, this is way over the top. Ah, this is too bright. I also want this one to not come back to the character, just to emit out. And I want to use another material. Maybe we will have to do a new material for this one. See? And this also does not look nice. Oh. Maybe if we tone this down very, very strong. Yeah, now we just have this small light effect. This is nice, actually. I wasn't convinced that we could actually add something nice to the effect, but it adds a lot. I think this bright color flash up. Could try to change the color. And how it fades. I think it was fine in the middle. Yeah, we've done it. Oh, let's put all the overrides now and apply them to the prefab. And we're done. We did it. We remade the effect. This is why I said effect editing can sometimes be very, very fast. You just try out some things, and if they immediately work, you're finished. So now we're going to edit the ability itself. So what are we going to do? There's Bloodlust, Bloodthirst in the game. Works like this. After time, 35 seconds, character, if he did not drink any blood, he will start to take damage. Like you're a vampire, you have to drink blood. After some time, you're getting thirsty and need to drink blood. We will change the the whole trigger, because the effect has been in the game. I thought like it might add up to the system overall, but I don't see it adding anything positive. It adds more punishing element to the player. It's just coming over time. And on the other side, if you're playing bad, this will actually make you take damage just for not finding items or enemies that you can drink from, or items that reset your bloodlust and will take you. This will take you down up to 1 health. Then you will die. So, how are we going to fix this? We're going to fix this to bloodlust will not trigger if you're just standing around. So if you right now, if you stand around in a normal level in the game, you will actually need to pause the game to not take damage by this effect. This is why this effect is not that good. So we are going to redo this, and the idea is this rework is going to be triggered by dealing damage or receiving damage. So if you're in a fight, you will in regular intervals have times where you trigger this bloodlust, and then you will have to drink blood to avoid taking more damage. So why would we want to do this? This is also punishing the player for actually fighting in the game. It's also something that you can use to push the player into not just using magic distance ranged attacks. So if you're using a lot of attacks, there's a playstyle right now that I can see is possible where you would never actually close the distance to an enemy and just shoot from far away and never bite them, because you pretty much don't need that. So you would never go into melee range and just be a one-trick pony at a range distance, and that's fine. People can play the way they want, but I also want to encourage other players who are trying to play good to try to engage them into going from melee into distance and back and forth again. This is why the trigger is in the game. This bloodthirst trigger. And I think it's just a nicer way to activate some kind of bloodthirst effect, which I want to be in the game to just have vampire thing. Like a vampire has to drink blood. I want to encourage you to drink blood. Okay, so a lot has been said. Which is also just me summarizing my thoughts, which is important to as a programmer to summarize your thoughts a little bit. Put me at center. Ja. This triggers me a little bit when I'm not centered. Okay. So let's start coding. Let's look into the old plus effect. Then make some functions to make it work in our new way. So let's just look at plug first. Something named plug first? No. That's like why that means. Okay, there is something like plug first. What is this? Hold down. That. Well. I know. We name this. This is not blood first. Blood magic. This has nothing to do with what we want to do. Okay, let's. The bloodthirst is not. Oh, there's still a bloodthirst. Okay. Yeah. There we go. So right now it's using a timer to start a new bloodthirst. Down. First, we're going to just plainly go to this timer. See what this does. Damager. Okay. It's going to react to recursively call itself every 0.5 seconds. Let's remove this. So this will, of course, trigger at least one error. Okay. On here. On this bloodthirst damage over time. And increase its damage. Because now this will only activate in combat. And it will be very easy to deactivate it. So let's make its impact a little bit stronger. It's calling itself right now, so we just have to make sure that we call it at the time. Let's search further where we still have bloodthirst references. Okay, let's go to the implement. This. Start a new bloodthirst counter. Let's rename this. Instead of restarting the counter, we don't have a timer right now. we're going to fill up the bloodlust. So refill bloodlust. Blood, I think it's bloodthirst here. Yeah, bloodthirst. Actually, I was a little bit stupid, and sometimes I name it bloodlust, sometimes bloodthirst. Just not a good naming convention. Honest. There's a coroutine for the bloodlust timer. And we still have to set up this bloodlust counter later. This is where the damager will come in. Also, let's put this to another position. 2 lines. Because I think the bloodthirst lines are somewhere else. Okay. Like right here. Here are some function about bloodthirst. Then the other bloodthirst function at a whole different area of the code, which is not good. This is not what we want. We want to. Oh, now I have to look it up. Make a section. I think it was like this section. Oh. Let me look it up in how this is done. Region, yeah. Region and end region. Okay, let's do region. Bloodthirst. Okay. Then here and this region. And region. So what does this region do? And can we close this? Oh, no. Fuck the region. It look like this. Oh, now I can open and close it. Okay. The region just makes you structure your code a little bit easier. I can open and close this region. This region just has everything that has to do with our bloodthirst. Actually, doesn't. No, it does. Nice. We have now to write our functions. Let's think what we want. First, we want to add and to we want to add. We want to add damage to our bloodthirst meter. So let's make a method for that. It will be public. Void add bloodthirst. And we are not exactly adding it, we are subtracting it. That name is a little bit confusing. So now I'm trying to come up with a name. In the game logic, we are actually adding bloodthirst. The code logic, we are subtracting bloodthirst. Maybe there's another way to get around this. Let's just call it. Because in the game logic we are going to get it in, give it a negative number or a positive number. We can go both ways. Let's name it change bloodburst. As an information, we need to know how much and change, and then we will simply add the change. Now, after we have done this, we will need to check the bloodlust. We do that if the bloodlust is now 0 or less. Is equal or less 0. We don't want bloodlust to be less than 0. So then we will put it to 0. We also don't want to do anything if bloodlust is already at 0. Okay? Now, let's also remove this. Now we can, with this function, fill up the bloodlust or subtract bloodlust. But if we are at 0, we want to start a coroutine. Which will be named have a name for that. Bloodlust over time damage. Good. Now we want to save this coroutine. Because the other functions expect us to have this coroutine initialized. Now, else if else. No, else if. Now, else if bloodlust is not 0 or underneath, then we don't want to lose health. So, if there's a coroutine that makes us lose health, if this coroutine initialized, we want to stop blood first. And this should be stop and refill. Instead of stop blood first. And we want to stop the bloodlust routine right there. This one I want to don't want this. I don't want to just refill our blood first. If we want to refill our blood first, we can now use this method. Just give it the maximum amount of blood first and we're done. So, what are these for? We want to stop the blood first and we and continue blood first in the dialogue. So in the dialogue, if you're speaking to somebody and you're taking damage, it's not good. Don't want that. So let's rename this again to stop blood first. Stop blood first damage. And this one is to restart then again. I gently. So if we want to restart our damage, but only if we have activated blood first and our bloodlust must be 0. Else we don't want to do it. Put this. Need a private method. Because we will reuse this code. And then we will here just call this method. We can now use this method just again. So if we change something in those two methods, we're just going to call this method. And we don't have to worry if we changed something inside of this method, we forget something that we change it later in this method too, and then we make a mistake by changing it in one function but not the other, or mess up the logic. Okay. Okay, now I'm looking into facts when we are going to call them, I think we need to call this method right here. Need to it in the start bloodlust method. And I think we are done. Let me check this one more time. So we have a method now to change the blood first. So when we damage enemies or receive damage, we can call this method. This will then check if we and this is not right. This could never add any change. Don't want to do this if the bloodlust is smaller than or equal to 0. It's most likely 0. If we're at 0 and the change is negative, we don't want to instantiate more bloodlust damage effects or something. Done. But if we're at 0, yeah, then we don't want to do this. So this is negative. This has to be false. Or the change is positive. Question is always I don't understand why it says the question is always false. Sorry, I don't understand why it says the expression is always false. So let's go through the logic. If bloodthirst is not smaller than 0, the change is smaller than 0. Yeah. A little bit hard to think about. We always want to call this if the change is bigger than 0. It has something with to do with this false here. Now let me check that again. So this will reverse this one, which we don't want to do, I guess. Yeah, yeah. And this will do. Now this is the right logic. But the bloodlust is bigger than 0. The change is smaller 0. Put this into brackets. You don't need the brackets. They are better to run to the readability. Then we want to change our bloodlust according to parameters that we have. Check if bloodlust is smaller or equal to 0. Then we want to start bloodlust damage. If not, want to check if we are taking damage right now. If we do, stop it. Okay, that's good. That's good. We start bloodlust damage. Where this is going to be called by dialog. It just checks if we had a coroutine with bloodlust damage, sorry, and then starts the damage. And this is the method called by it. Let's put the method up one method, because these two here, these are for the dialogue. This is for the general logic. So this one also is to stop. Okay, and then we are going to call in the dialogue stop bloodthirst damage. If you're reading dialogue, if you're picking up a skill, you don't want to take damage during that time. We're going to stop the damage right there. And the alt function would also set your bloodlust back to maximum. Going to stop that. I'm going to be a little bit harder on the player right there. No, no more refilling just by going through dialogue. And then we have the alt damage timer, which is kind of a little bit risky right there, because it's not using delta time. also move into an update function. I think this will work just fine. Let's make sure that this works. Let's Google this. Okay, nothing of what I read here has anything to do with our problem. So let's just hope that this works as it's supposed to be. I think this function is made for Unity, so it works inside of Unity, and I'm pretty sure Unity checks that this actually works pretty well with your normal functions. I think between calling the callings of these damagers, there could be some time skips if you have a low frame rate, or if your resources are not enough. So what is the problem right here? If you have a low frame rate, your PC is going to wait for 0.5 seconds, extract your health, and then call this function again. Okay? So there's a new function call. But it could be that the PC goes through this, and then the resource manager of the PC says, at this point, at like this exact point right here, I'm going to extract you from the core processor. You're going to get stopped. I need the resources right now for an important function, which could be another function in the game. Can also be a typical Windows function just to adjust your clock or update your mouse. There's actually pauses for that, and you have to take that you have to think of as a developer. So it could be that exactly at this point here, core says, okay, it's not your time right now, stop it. And then it would wait. This function is called again. So you would lose a little bit of time between of these few lines. It is not unimportant. So with the fast PC, you won't notice it. The fast PC has no problem at all. Even with medium PC, it's only very low end PC. And as the function is not very complicated, I don't think it's that important. We can let it stay like this. But just to explain why I think this is not something that you have to think that it's always the case. Now there's also something, this damage, because I want to immediately abstract health. The next thing is damage over time. There's no check here, which should be done. So let's check it. If there's two things that we want to check. This coroutine still not null, because if we stop this coroutine, it will be null. And if bloodlust is still equal or less than 0. So it could be with it that we stop. We don't. Oh, never mind. Never mind. But every time we stop the I think every time we stop the coroutine, the damage, we have this function, which should be the only legal way to stop this function. It's, by the way, private. Doesn't specify that. It is private. Every time we stop this coroutine, it's going to be stopped doing the execution. So we don't need to look at any further into this. Okay. So are there any errors in the project because of this? No. Need to call this function here. This function needs to change. Be called. Be called. How do we call this function? That when we hit something or when we get damage. So let's just put it in the handle hits function. Let's see where it calculates if we get damaged. Okay, there's an add damage function which is going to be called. And finally here seems to be where we actually deploy our health if we are not dead. And everything has been checked. If we're invulnerable, special skills with protect us or anything else, here's where we get our damage. And then we want, if we get hit, to get -5 blood first. So we lose blood first if we get hit. If we get hit too often, we will start dying. Maybe we want to also let's introduce a new float, this public float, where we can adjust this number on the fly, because we have to try it out in the balancing later. This needs to be balanced, and I don't want to go back into this code and change this later. Bloodlust by damage. Okay. We also want to call this function whenever we deal damage. So there's now two ways, and I haven't thought about this too much. I know there's two ways where we can deal damage. The first is the attempt to deal damage by casting spells. And the second thing that we have to think of is if we really then do damage. So if we hit an enemy. Let's think about this. And there's the third thing is if we hit multiple enemies, do we want to change the blood first one time or many times? So there's a lot with the three really good options here, and we're only going to pick one. So let's first make a rule. We don't think about how complicated it is. This is a game mechanic. Don't care how complicated it is to develop this. Number 1. Actually, put it into a list before I forget it. So let's just cast Blood Magic. This is in the game the most common attempt to deal damage. Then when the Blood Magic hits, or when the enemies are hit. And the first one would be very punishing. When we cast Blood Magic, we already lose 5 health for that. And if we also would lose Blood First, I think it would feel redundant that we have 2 resources that we lose just by casting. But you don't want the player to just cast and cast to get bloodthirsty, because it might have some benefits, which we are going to define later. We want him to actually engage with the environment. And therefore, casting blood magic is out. Second one, the blood magic hits. So every time we hit something, we would have to write that now we are going to lose 5 blood first. And the other function would be enemies are hit. The only thing that we have to think about right now, do we want to adjust the bloodthirst according if you're hitting multiple enemies or not? And I'm leaning more again towards multiple enemies apply multiple bloodthirsts, because you might want to get bloodthirst. And if you have certain skills, bloodthirst will actually help you. So we don't want the player to try only to hit one enemy, because they want to trigger the bloodthirst much faster. The flip side, yes, we are actually punishing the player for hitting multiple enemies. I also think that it feels a little bit more evil then to kill multiple enemies. And if you hit a lot of enemies at once, you will get bloodthirsty immediately, and it will actually feel like you did a very bad thing there. So I'm going for number 3. I'm going for number 3. Let's see the. I think it's we can change this even later. But I think this is the most logical and fair solution for the player. Is also very open for different play styles that player might. And I don't think that it's unfair. So let's add some 2 new public floats. First one is that must buy. Let's by receiving damage. Next one will be bloodlust by dealing damage. Okay. So how we are going to do this? This will be very easy. Just going to into the enemy folder here, and oh, there's actually a problem. One error. Fix that. Oh, it's a float. Yes, change it in integer. That find a public integer. This one. Now let's find the enemy stats. So in the enemy stats, there's a hit function. We're going to look into that to trigger our blood first. That is. So here's a hit function for enemies. Plain and simple. Just nearly 100 code. And we want to our blood first. Let's go through the code. This is actually a little bit the name of this set change number. I think it would be better to be health change number. This is a public variable. I don't like that at all. Let's nonetheless change it. We're just going to add a field formally serialized at as, so we don't have to drag in a public variable again. Okay, let's continue. So there's a lot of ways to get damage down here, which which I don't want to check out now. Just want to check if we're dead, and if we're dead, we are not going to change blood first. In every case else, we want to. Let's just plain do it. I haven't seen any kind of code appeared with that. Okay, and we can also now define how much that does. Receive by dealing damage. Oh, we want to do this before the damage stat check early on, because after that we might die. Oh, what's that? Ooh. Oh, I think the characters by themselves will determine if they're dead or not. Because some characters have special abilities which are going to revive them when you kill them. There's a special enemy who is going to get revived when he's killed. There's bosses, they lose enough health, and they don't die. They actually refill their health bar and go to the next one. This is why we are not dead right now. If we are up, our health is set to 0. So for enemies, they have to determine that by themselves. A lot of individual functions like there that would not be possible if we just set them to death. Okay, now let's save this. Up the character. What I mean with set up the character. Him 5 for receiving and 5 for dealing damage. Prefab. Let's go. Okay, our bloodlust is 1 immediately. I think because, yeah, I did set it to 1 in the inspector. Change that. Okay, bloodlust is not changing. Oh, it's changing, but into the positive. We want to set this to -5, not +5. And good that we because now we can just that if we are going to have to add bloodlust and we already have maximum bloodlust, we don't want to go over maximum blood first. So how we do this? If change greater 0 and blood first. Here it's bloodlust. Not a good name convention to have the bloodlust. Blood first is smaller than max bloodlust. Okay. So I have to do a check here. If after we changed the bloodlust, want to check if bloodlust is greater than max bloodlust. Now, if our bloodlust is greater, we have to put it back to max bloodlust. We don't want to go over our maximum. Put this after our change. We're done. We're starting at 1 right here, because I built into the character. And we saw that the bloodlust was immediately activated. Okay, now with effects, which we're supposed to refill our bloodlust meter. Also put this again to maximize, but because the frame rate in the normal mode right now is too low for my PC. My PC is not very strong at the moment, and in the normal mode it just doesn't work. Cool. Now we need to think of every instant where we add bloodlust. Okay. So think, but let's find what method the alt method functions classes we're doing. I think it was this one. Usual. Oh, it's not. I think I have an idea for the bloodlust. Let's modify this variable. Cannot set it. Oh, now it's private. Oh, it's not working. Oh, I think we have to like that. Then make it the new public float code line. Oh. I set it. Oh. Oh. I can't set it immediately. But this is different. Oh, that's how I have to write it. Okay. Yeah, whatever, I don't need that. And it's the start of the game. Restart. Really? Font. Okay. Just at the beginning of the game. Put Bloodlust to max. This one. Delete this. One error. Syntax error. Okay. This is in this restart bloodburst damage. It's the function that is used by all these scripts which were changing the bloodburst when we would go into dialogue before. We need to adjust all these functions. Okay. This is good. This is actually really good. It's just looking for the damage. But here, stopping it, we started if we even had a co-routine. Nice. Yeah. Also, when we pick up skill, also going to do this. And this is the dialogue. Stopping the blood first. Starting it. Functions. Power-ups. This is not good. So this power-up is supposed to give you a little bit of blood burst to actually refill it. So let's set this to refill. Yeah. Bloodlust. Not. Look at methods. Change blood first. Restart. Change blood first and put in just the player next. What? 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 Integer. Hmm. It seems like I changed that bloodlust at a point, so it would be a float. Let's say this as a floating number. Just to have some. Maybe we are going to have something where we want to at point float values So also change the method so it takes a float value. And now also these two have to be floats. Want it to be formally serialized, not that early in production. Unity doesn't bother anyway because it's just change from float to integer, from integer to float, and it still has the same name. So Unity doesn't seem to bother. So fine. That. Oh, there's also a typo. Oh, I fixed it. Okay. Whatever. The next thing where we use this is the health kit. Yeah, we want to char print by name. Just scan for the tag instead of the name. And they are going to add 5 blood first. Let's give them 50. Oh, there's a problem in the skill choice. What is it? Ah, it can't read the bloodlust. Ooh. Then let's just refill this. Okay. Oh, any other things that we have to think about? Yes. Hitting and killing enemies. When we hit an enemy with a bite, we're actually going to heal ourselves and get some bloodlust back. Let's see how we handle this. Is this check for a bite? No, I don't think so. So it might be in the player char. I think there's a bite damage function. Or how it's called though. Okay. Bite effects. Yeah, I think it's in the bite effect. No, it's not. Bite hit. Okay, there's also no reference to the butlers. That's interesting. The bite is going to if you bite an enemy and kill him, you're going to refill your health. And then there's a heal blood effect. Yeah, and there's going to be healing. This one bite heal. Okay, let's go to bed. Now we finally, where is it? Finally, can maybe find our bloodlust. Restart our blood the first damage, not the right function. And this just plain add page at first. And how much blood first do we want to give the player if he bites something? I think we should really add a lot, like 15. Or 20. He's going to have 5. I would even go for 25. Let's make this public. Bite blood first here. Yeah, and then we can just set it up. Oh, is there an error? I don't think so. Oh, I think we are done. I think we are done with changing our blood first and making it better function overall. Now let's think about it. It could also be nice if biting enemies would really heal you completely. Oh, yeah. We can change it later. So let's put it to 25 now. It's a lot. It's normally it's about 2/3 not last year. So this is actually very powerful. It would encourage the player. It would not just encourage the player. It would um, really get the player to bite a lot of enemies just to not die. I'm not sure if I want to give the player more bloodlust by receiving damage though. Oh no. Because if you're receiving damage, actually you're already punished by having losing health. Let's not do that. Okay. Now let's try to test our functions. So let's look into the scene. Do we have everything that we want to test? We want to test this chalice. This should give us back 15 bloodlust. We want to test these guys here. We should have bloodlust by receiving damage, getting damage, and dealing damage from them. Dealing and receiving. And there's skill choice when we are losing blood through blood loss. We have to test if the blood loss stops while we pick our skill choice here. So let's start. What? Okay, there's a Unity error. Let's just try again. Ignore this. Okay. Weird one. Okay, we now see the blood meter. It's going to take damage. Yeah. And here we go. Here we go. Okay. Now let's refill. And we are back again. We're not taking damage anymore. Good. Let's do damage. Okay. Now let's go to this challenge. Pick it up. Get 15 Atlas here. Okay, that's nice. And maybe get into the bloodlust stage again. Oh, let's bite. Okay. Now we have to fix that biting is actually the damage from bites is actually triggering bloodlust. Did that a little bit too close. I want to get bloodlust again. For our next test. Okay, we now have bloodlust. Let me get rid of you. Okay. And we are receiving damage. Don't get off here, please. Delete the enemies. Just delete our enemies. Don't want you. So we are at let's wait to 50 and then take this artifact. Okay, as we can see now, the artifact on the top left is not letting us take any damage. Just pick a skill, and now the damage ticker is added again. Oh, that concludes our test, and we successfully just like that reworked a whole mechanic that is very important in the game. Interesting. So yeah, that's our sub-steps that we all had left. We can now actually start to get to another task, which will be new skill effects. So we are going to edit some skill effects. We're not going to do new ones. It will be just a quick edit of some skill effects. What we actually want to do right now is there's some skills that you can pick up to heal yourself when you're near zero, and to heal yourself if you hit enemies with your normal blood magic. And I want to do some twists and changes on that so it interacts with your bloodthirst actually. So this is what I said. I wanted the bloodthirst in the game to not just punish the player by having this bloodthirst effect that really makes you suffer. I also want to make the player use the bloodthirst to deal more damage or heal himself and have some nice skills that build up on the mechanic, so that the player is actually not just punished by this effect, but he can also play a little bit with the fire, like I'm taking damage right now, but I'm also healing, or I also have another effect that now makes me cast blood magic without any cast, and I can now spam my blood magic. So player might be able to pick these skills and then abuse them on top of taking damage. Okay, for now I will take a break. I will get something to eat. Haven't had lunch yet. I did my workout. I did clean my apartment tomorrow, and then had breakfast. Very late actually, because I always do my breakfast after my workout if I can. But now I have to eat lunch, and yeah. But aside from that, today will be a very long stream, so I will just put the stream on break and come back in half an hour or so. So, long break, and we are back again. Hello, I'm back. So, got a good meal. Had to get a nice little lunch there. Actually, I see I have to close my window. Don't. Just to don't have the noises of all the cars outside. So, where did we leave the stream? We have this task here that I haven't explained actually very much, but it's a pretty easy to explain task. There's two skills in the moment which need to be addressed. One skill is a melee attack. So I think let's name it. Say the melee attack skill is to be addressed. And then there's two skills, which is no health cast or blood magic under 40 HP. And the next one is enemies heal you for, I think it's 15 HP when killed by blood magic. So this was the original, these two were the original skill 0 choices that you could make. And they kind of are making the game way too easy. Especially the skill for enemies heal you for 15 HP when killed by blood magic. It's just OP. It's just straight OP. You go through the game and you're getting healed so much. It's not really even challenging. Like you heal more than you deal damage to yourself, and yeah, that's quite nice because you're hitting the enemy, and yes, it's kind of a skill issue. If you don't hit your enemy much, even with a skill, you will lose health. But if you're playing good, you won't lose health. But it's really not. It's punishing bad players way too much, and for good players, it just makes it too easy. So I don't think this skill is any good in its current form. So for both these skills, also for the under 40 HP skill, Automatic Magic costs you 5 HP, and this skill will basically do that. If you're under 40 HP, you can just spam blood magic all over the place, and you just can do it with such a huge DPS that you won't have to care about that you're being hit. You just deal so much damage that you can just spam your attacks and do whatever you want. So these two are really not great skills. I think the under 40 HP skill fixes a little bit that some players don't like that you lose 5 HP when you cast blood damage. Yeah, I can get behind it and understand that, but it enables spamming your most powerful attack. So we are combining these. I don't want just put this in this field, and we are going to add a condition to them. Add condition only under bloodlust, only with bloodlust. So the first 48 HP will be gone. So no more 40 HP limit. No more health cost for blood magic with with bloodlust. If you're bloodthirsty, you can cast this all the time. Also, this will not actually get a buff because it's a very strong skill. Only with bloodthirst now. So when you now start to lose health and are bloodthirsty, you will at least be able to cast your blood magic for free. And you could enable a skill that so enemies will heal you when you kill them with blood magic. Actually, might go down with the 15 HP right here, because when you're losing health so fast, 15 HP might not be worth it to think about. Might be not enough. Then there's another skill in this game. Let me tap this first and then explain this one. Melee attack skill. There's a melee attack skill in the game. You can pick up every time you pick up a soul, you have two options for the skill. The one is on a protective protective soul. You spawn a protective soul. And the other one is when you have a soul flying around the character all the time, and when you get close to an enemy, this will actually damage your enemy 100 HP. So what do I have as an alternative for this? First, the skill is just fine. It works. It has a lot of coding, but it's not fun. It's just not a fun skill. You go to enemies and suddenly they get killed by this effect. You sometimes pick up, but not. It's actually not that good. That's it. That's about it. So, what would be an alternative? First, I want to spawn 2 or 3 protected souls. The first option, because 1 soul is not enough. The other one is for the melee attack. We want to have an alternative. Alternative could be more bite damage. Now this is not spectacular. In any way, spawning souls that protect you is just so much more awesome. There is another idea. Let me remember. The second idea. And that is, if an enemy hits you melee with an melee attack, he gets damage and pushback. I think this one is actually so much nicer. So let's just cross this out. Like, dealing more damage with a bite attack is something that you can just add to another skill as a additional benefit. Let's just put this here as additional, yeah, and not think about any more. Then there's a skill that straight up lets you do 35% more damage with your blood magic. It's not fun at all. Just straight up does do more damage. Now you have all these effects that pop up when you enable this. So it's kind of awesome how all your skills are changing their sounds. So let's change it. Let's put it to 37 more percent. No. I don't know. Let's not change the value at first, but at a condition. And you kind of guessed it. It's only with blood first. This will make this skill much harder to apply to your character. And then I think that at least 50% is justified. Okay. Now let's find the other skill that you can choose alternatively to this skill. Okay. Unity. I think it was like, is it skill 7, I think? More damage, yeah. The other one is double here. Ooh. That's a strong skill. It's a really good skill, actually. The second one. So the second one will do that you just absolutely overheal when you bite. When you're in a pitch situation, your bite will actually save the day. Like it will nearly, I think it will heal 60 health or something. No, I think what you heal normally. I think it's 35 health. So 3 times it's 105 health, which is actually pretty good. So you would sit at 155 HP if you heal at 50 HP. I don't know if it's always under or starts with 50 HP. And this is a nice skill. You might add the additional bite damage to this one. Why not? Let's do it. So now we have all the ideas that we could come up with. Ooh, I think no. I think this should be in with the condition only with blood first. Just doing more bite damage is not a good game design. Just to buff your attack. It's not, at least for the type of game we are going. We're not going to straight up give the character more damage for doing nothing. Even with picking up the skill now. You want the player to actually do something for it or have an interaction that triggers certain effects, and the player will then pick out the ones he likes and maybe just forget about some and ignore them and then just use those he likes most. Or pick up some and they're passive, so he doesn't really care. And while picking them up, he has like this whole little reward that he picks them up and then they're doing something good for him. And that would be okay. So deal more damage while bloodthirst. And I think we will make this skill a bloodthirst skill. So when you have bloodthirst, your bite will heal plus much. Oh no. Only the damage part of this will be in the bloodthirst part. Yeah. And the triple damage heal will only be under 58. Because if you can go so easily right now into bloodthirst that that it's hard to actually that it's too easy to triple your heal. Then that's too powerful, too easy. Going to break the game. Dealing more damage with your bite, that's okay in bloodthirst. Okay. So where do we start? This will be our task for today. I don't think that we will get through with this. This is too much to program. Some of these are very easy stat changes, but these first two, it will be hard. So let's go. This is skill 6. Let's go and enable skill 6 for our character right here. And let's just plainly enable both choices. And push this chalice over here to the character. So we can start testing. And let's see what happens. The character should now spawn 2 souls, 1 red one, 1 blue one. And oh no, that's not skill 6. Oh, that's not skill. Healing, no. Fine. Yeah, it's skill 9 actually. Let's disable all the skills. Except for the skill 9. The other ones we don't care about. Yeah. Okay, there's a green one and a red one. Oh, what do we do? Let's just look into the character. What happens if he picks up these health kits? I think here in the health scripts, yeah, there are 2 methods that are being called according to the corresponding skill. This one is just plain instantiate this skill here. Okay. And this transform position. Okay. I think this is a rage score. So this is just a particle effect. Okay. The second one is a spawn position, which is the transform position. Okay. Interesting. And then the parent is set to this form. Okay, let's look into this script. I think in the script, the position of the object will be set up immediately. Oh yeah. So there's a lot of stuff happening in fixed update arc. Ooh. Yeah, it's working with that delta time and rotating around the character. So I think this works like this. It's a gradient, and there's a lot of stuff going on here that we don't care about. This gradient is what the only thing that matters. So let's edit this gradient. This gradient is actually going from 0 around the character. Think this is 2 times pi. This position, down position, will be 2 times pi according to the code. So it will go 1 time around, and then this gradient will be bigger than 2 times pi. It's going to subtract it. Oh, yeah, I think this is 1 times pi, 2 times pi, and then it's going to subtract 2 times pi to start again. Yeah. So it's going to this position, subtract 2 times pi, and then goes around. Yeah, okay. So what we need to do is just for the second soul, if you want two souls, you want both to be tracking around the character. Yeah. And we want them to be at the exact opposite position. So we are going to initialize second gradient from the start and give it pi. 1 pi. The other one will be 0. Oh. Let's actually, this is transform position. I don't care about this. We don't need to give this a spawn position if the spawn position doesn't matter. We're going to instantiate 2 of them. The second, we're going to edit this gradient to f dot pi. It's not working. The double, yeah, okay. It's typecast from double to float. That's not important. Okay, let's try it out. Maybe we fixed our first task in record time. Oh. Now, if you learn these kind of tricks, you can now go for the Olympic coding games. Win all the challenges. Or maybe it won't work. Let's see. Yay! We have 2 now. They're they're all over the place. What the fuck is going on? Oh, this is because we do it in the update function. Oh, team. They're just going too fast. This should be times time, delta time, and divided by. Let's go through this. Radiant is going to have a variable applied to it. If 1 second passes, it's going to get the whole gradient multiplication times 1 will be 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 1. It's divided by time delta time. So if time delta time would be smaller, the addition would be bigger. So this has to be multiplication. There's actually an error in the code. Let's try this again. It's because the vision was not fixed. Okay. Now we have these two. I think they go around the character, but just way too slow. Okay, we can't see a change there. Let's go on and edit them. Let's put this multiplier to 1. Fuel 1. And you see, they start flying now. It's still not fast enough. Let's put them to 1. I think 1 will be okay. Oh, it's still too slow. Let's them to 4. Yay, we did it. So now they are looking a little. I think there's something missing. Yeah, these holy beams are not being displayed. Why are you not displayed? Let's look into the prefab. But aside from that, very good. So this is it. Oh, this wrong side. Actually, it should look like this. And first we are going to put this up to 4, because we changed the rhythm for that. Now going to see why this green effect, top of the other green effect, is not being applied. Ah, this is a color over lifetime. Maybe the shape is in a weird Z coordinate. Isn't. In a cone. What? Oh. I have to look into this one. Sorry. Because this is the middle effect, the middle part. Look into the renderer. A sorting layer. Be fine. Let's not to put the stop action to destroy. Yeah, no, let's put the stop action to not mattering. Doesn't need the speed. Click this into the looks fine here. But when we pick it up, the middle part won't be visible. Okay. Oh, it's way too small. Oh, you can see it here. It's just small, I guess. It seems to be the only thing that's wrong with this tool. Let's change that. Those have size. Just put this size to 2. Okay. Now let's see if something changed. Because they were definitely too small before. That's rather small. Also, the spawn souls don't seem to play their whole animation. There's something missing. Look into that. Oh, it's not playing. Hmm. This scale here is negative. This into positive. Now it's correct. Yeah. I see. So because we were using the character rotation or something, the scaling. Okay, I think in this function, it's setting the scaling to a negative value if you're looking to the left, because to the left your x value will be negative, and this will be applied to the spawned object as well. Okay, now how do we fix this? Let's first look into set parent. Maybe we can tell set parent unity parent. Maybe we can just add some parameters. Then set parent won't set the transform scaling. Cool. Position base. Okay, let's set this to true. I think this might work. True. 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 Okay, let's try this out. Yeah, that looks much better. Now, these effects looks a little bit too big. They look a little bit too big. Let's put them back to 1. And see how they look after that. And now they look too small. They also do not. There's still minus. Oof. Oof. Look in these scripts. Would they ever change their scale? Oh. No, they don't. It's so I think it's this. Um, this line of code right here. So let's not set them. Let's see what happens if they are not attached to the character. What should happen is that you don't see a difference. Because I apply their information for the position every frame. Yeah, it doesn't matter that we don't set them have your main character as a parent. Let's look if they play their nice little effects right there. Nice, they do. Now let's pick one. Listen, another one, and scale it up. Ah, and this only scales the parent object, but not the child object. So we can either also scale the child object up, or I think we might look if it can inherit its size from its parent. Is there some kind of option for that? I think there is. Let's go into the brief again. Also delete this level. So put you to 1.5. It will be a nice little zone. If we put this to 4, now it looks like weirdly, yeah, it does not scale its child object. This is really weird. I have never seen something like this. Like it would always scale with its parent. So let's look into this. So I thought local would actually mean it scales with its parent. Let's look this up. And now it seems to scale like I actually wanted to. Now let's maybe change its color. Set this color here white. It's this color here, blue. It's this one also. Maybe into very friendly blue color. Like this should scream, I'm friendly. I'm helping. Okay, and let's play. I think they are more visible. Seem to be too small though. Fill this one up. 2, 3, 4. Let's try 4. Let's try a scale of 4. Then we find the right size. We are actually finished. Then we can go to the Olympic coding games. Go. There, this is sufficient. But I don't like that they're 2. They have to be 3. 2 is just lame. 2 is just lame. Let's make it 3. So, not going to set them as a child. Position is going to be adjusted every frame. So, how are we be doing this? We know the whole circle is 2 pi. So 1 will be at 1 will be at 1 third pi, 2 third pi, 1. Wait. I'm wrong. 1/3 of 2 pi, 2/3 of 2 pi, 3/3 of 3 pi, or 0. So for the first one, we don't need to set the pi, but 2 pi. Okay. 2 times of 2 pi, 2/3 of pi. Yeah. Now, let's see if we can spawn 3 thoughts. Brilliant. I just think 2 souls around the character. It looks so lame there. They're floating around you and they're always at the same position from each other. It looks so weird. Like it's too mathematical. And now I messed up. All of the same position. Oh, what did I do wrong? I think the multiplication maybe was messed up. It? No, I don't. Yes, it was. Okay. Possible loss of fraction does not matter. Oh, we want to see a nice little effect here. It's the heat. The heat makes me code bad. So What's the problem? I think what's actually happening is that we are over 2 pi by our equation. And then in the update function, oh, no, that's the problem. Okay. I think this value is next to 0. Okay, let's see. What is inside of the script here? Okay, their gradient is exactly the same. Okay. Let's do, to be more precise, name them child 1, 2, 3. 1, 1, 2, 2, 2, 3. And let's see where this is defined. Here we need to add the both other childs. Hmm. I don't think that this will do anything. Oh, we were so close. Now we're failing with the simple multiplication. Ooh. Now that works. I think it looks cool. But why does this work? And 1/3 doesn't. This is exactly 1/3. And this doesn't work. I don't understand it. Let's see into possible loss infection inside of C#. Maybe it's maybe C# decides that's an integer and rounds it down or something. Sets this to 0. Yes, does. Because it reads 1 and 3 as integers, not as floating point. So if we write it like this, it will work. Okay, I never knew this. I should. It's basic, but I never knew this. Never encountered this bug before. It's not even a bug. It's something you just have to know. A weird way to compile numbers. Oh, I thought if it sees a 1 and a 3, that it would compile it to a floating number automatically, and it didn't. Try it out. Yeah, exactly like I said. Ooh, now we have these 3 little souls that will protect us. Yay! I like them. So they also don't seem to overlap. So we're finished. Nearly finished. Nearly finished. And we have to find the function that spawns this. Find usages. It's file power-ups. And
Child. Hi, what you've got done looks great. How long have you been using Learning Unity?
oh, hello. ASCII child, what's up? Thank you for following. I've been learning Unity for way too long. Been learning Unity since maybe 5 years now, but I would say 2 to 3 very intense years. Are you also coding in Unity, or are you just skipping through different people and look what they are doing? I started a week ago. Oh, are you working on the project? What are you doing? Please tell me. I can only move square boxes so far. Nothing specific. I think it's better to learn basics before jumping into anything big. No. You can just start learning and doing whatever you want. You will learn the basics anyway. By that, my first project is just moving a box around top down and shooting bullets. So did you instantiate things? Do you use this function right here? In this function here, anytime. This is the instantiating function. That's exactly the one that you need to shoot bullets. And I'm pretty sure you 100% will use this. Yes, I did. Oh, I knew it. So, okay, nice. So what I'm doing right here is I'm spawning 3 souls around the character, and they are just circling around the character. And when an arrow is around the character and this soul is close to them, it will detect it, and then they both will despawn. This is how you have a protective shield kind of souls around you that you can spawn. I'm nearly finished with this. Just have to check if you have spawned some. So if you trigger this ability again and again, that it works properly. So, moving a box. One thing, I find learning to rotate thing probably was the hardest thing. Absolutely. Have you worked with, this is called quaternions? Quaternions? Or did you just use rotation functions? Oh, I mean, for me, that's the best way I learn. Not trying to make anything, but just experiment and learn some basic things rather than just coach over a large project. Yeah, I just think at the beginning you are not going to set yourself too big goals anyway. I mean, no one says, "Hey, I'm going to make a game now," without having any knowledge. Maybe some unwise people do, but wise people don't just come on and say that, and not the kind that are going to be programmers. Okay, I think I've used every rotate function I found to try to understand how it works, quaternion included. Okay, if you understand a quaternion, big thank you, because quaternion is, I just have to say, quaternion is so complicated to understand. I have read through the API, and quaternion is something that even the guys in Unity say, when you read about this, please avoid this function and trying to understand it. Just try to rotate things and don't go to dig too deep into quaternions. It's just so complicated to think in 3D-dimensional rotating space. You can kind of do it, like I also have to work with it a lot. Like I can show you what was in Nightmare. The character I has a function where he can rotate himself towards the point where I'm pointing my mouse to. So if I click play, I'm now rotating my mouse. This rotating function it looks pretty simple. But now you have to see that I'm not rotating him exactly at the bone point. I really had to do a lot of calculation right there because I'm rotating him at this point here, but the actual point where I spawn bullets is here. So I had to really draw a triangle here in the code and calculate like in high school to get to this point. And when it comes the hard part, it's rotating the whole time. So you have to calculate in the rotation that you currently have. And it was so hard to understand. So I had to understand everything about rotations right there and how they work. And this is just in 2D. It can be so much harder in 3D space. I'm just so happy that I didn't do that. I can imagine that that looks tough. think I think it doesn't even look tough. It's just tough when you realize that you have to that you have to calculate in the current rotation and apply it to everything in the calculation the whole time. And the hard part was getting the right quaternions and applying them the right way, because you can't just apply them like an angle or something. You have always to look back. Okay, how do I have to rotate the quaternion now? I like parallax scrolling clouds. I mean, in the background, they even move with the character a little bit, but they are pretty easy. I think they are. See them? If we move a little bit with the character, they're actually just using, I think it's a transform position, and then you respawn them at the edge of the edge of the screen. I think I've duplicated them 2 times, and then respawn them, and have of course an image that is indefinitely white, so that you can apply it again and again indefinitely. So yeah, also was a lot of fun drawing that. But then thinking about how do you draw that so it can be spawned indefinitely. Sometimes it's I think with the cloud I just didn't draw any cloud at the edges. The mountains, I couldn't do that. The mountains, of course, they have to be drawn exactly so that they can be spawned indefinitely. Nice attention to detail there. How old are you? How old are you? I mean, your name says child 9, but I don't think you're a 9-year-old child. I'm in my 40s. Name is based off a hobby. When I was young, used to stargaze a lot. Stargazing child. Ah, okay, that makes sense. Well, now if I have to pay attention for a second, because I removed Boolean. I don't want to lose track of it. Ah, okay, that makes sense. I need that. I was a software dev many years ago, but just bilingual stuff in Java. So at least learning the C# language constructs wasn't so tough. Yeah, absolutely. Having to learn Unity and object-oriented programming from scratch must be challenging part for complete beginners. So I've been a student when I started coding in Unity. Um, Back then I was making my bachelor's degree, so I did have some Java experience and some. It was not in the first semester. I think it was in the fifth semester. Or I did not start from scratch. And first I did a project for university, and then I just wanted to make my own game out, after that project. Actually, the project here is based on that um, project that I had to do for high school, university. Sorry, and I just kept coding, and I think just great to have a project where you develop yourself. Like so many programmers that I know and have so much skill, like all those Unix, Linux, Ubuntu guys who do so much amazing stuff with their own PC. Like um, even when they start, they have their own batch script that then start up and make, for example, some backups from their disk and can do everything by themselves. I'm just amazed how they do it. And they all say they started by doing projects like they wanted to do their own websites, they wanted to write their own databases, and I never wanted to make my own website, even though it's very popular. But I just never had a very I never had aspirations to become a web developer, and so I really loved gaming and modding in gaming. So I wanted to have something where I can improve myself and also um, get close my skill to those guys who are really good. So just to have something to do and to learn how to program really well. And actually, this project right here, I'm really happy when I have finished it, because when I then will start a new project, I will do so much different. Like how you sort things at the beginning, make systems. Like this system doesn't have um, common system for enemies, how they move and find their ways. Every enemy has their own way to code to write that. Now I like that because then you get to experiment a lot. But in the long run, if I would do a new project, I could write a system for common hit functions, common damage functions, damage set systems, the common pathfinding and AI. And I really would like to do that again. I actually did this in Warcraft 3, but yeah, I don't have time to get to that right now. I am seeing a trend that it takes about 5 to 6 years to get those skills there. So maybe I make 2 or 3 games before I retire, lol. Yeah. It, Making your own game alone has a lot of drawbacks. The first one is you have to get a job. I also have a job that I do just to get over the time and have your life expensive paid. This is I think this is one of the hardest part actually, because you can't just focus can't just focus on being a programmer and making a game. It's sometimes really tiresome. Oh, there's also things like what I'm doing right here. I'm going through an array. Really, this could be a list, which is much better. And I would do this code again. I would do it with the for each loop. It's all the stuff that you're just not learning at the beginning. You need the experience. I'm from Germany. That's why. Where are you from? Canada. I have some relatives in Wuppertal, though even though we are all Italian in origin. Ah, okay. So, um, are those relatives maybe in working in an Italian restaurant that's very popular, or just normal Italians, like normal stuff? Like I had Italian in my computer science computer science courses. He was also just trying to be a programmer. Last time I was in Germany, it was in 2017 for the famous board game convention. Essenspiel. Oh, I was also at Essenspiel 2017. I was also there. It was really, I think it's amazing just to try out so many games. Um, what did you play Gloomhaven? Do you know Gloomhaven? It's one of the big games that were uh, as in 2017. I remember it correctly. Aside from that, I was just trying out a lot of games there. Were you? We may have bumped into each other. Yeah, but we'll never know, I guess. The only game I sat down to play was the Crypto. Remember buying Azul? Azul? Uh, Unfortunately, I don't remember both of them. But I was there with friends for 2 days, I guess. And we just sat down for a lot of games, and sometimes it's a little bit hard because they are we also had some bad experiences there where the guys would just keep explaining the game for maybe half an hour. The guy who would explain the game was really not talented at explaining the games. Would just sit there and just hope that he would stop explaining so he could go away, because this is when the game cannot be explained in half an hour or just one round. I think it's not that good, or at least we couldn't enjoy it on the convention. The tables were always busy, absolutely. It was hard to actually play games. We just walked around. We had a great time, would go every year. It wasn't halfway around the world. Yeah, isn't it just more like a quarter way? Still, fair enough. Yeah, Spielemesse Essen. Great. You can actually get in for free if you come as a cosplayer. But I didn't go as a cosplayer there. There were also some really crowded games where you think they would wait for 1 to 2 hours just to play the game. If you go for the less famous games, you could play maybe games per day, and I think that's amazing. Just even if you don't buy the games, you just can sit there and enjoy some new stuff and maybe get some new ideas. It's great, I think. So right now, not familiar with Radiant. Is it your own custom property? Um, yes. The Radiant is to calculate calculate the position, which we are starting with the soul. You see these 3 souls that are flying around the character, and now I'm setting up the gradient. So you have to see they are flying around the spawning around the character 1, 2, 3. Now I'm looking at if one of the souls has despawned, you might have 2 of the souls, 1, 2. Now we don't know their position. They are circling around the character. And you pick up this power up again, and the 3rd soul has to respawn. And the other souls are around this position. The 3rd one would now have to spawn at this position. To know where this position is, we have to add from this position one 1/3 of 2 pi to get here. Yeah, and this is why I'm setting up the gradient. If you don't have if you don't have any souls spawned, it will be 0, and then they will be spawned at at 0, at 0, 0 plus 1/3 of 2 pi, and 0 plus 2/3 of 2 pi. And now in this code, I'm checking if there is still a soul spawned, which is, I'm starting with the third one. Then I have to adjust the gradient so that the first soul spawns at the right position. I'm setting up this gradient variable right now so that always let them spawn at the right position. So what I'm doing now is, if there's already a soul, the next one is going to be the gradient position plus 1/3 at the gradient position plus 1/3. Ah, okay, I'm understanding it. Very neat. Yeah. I'm not that good at explaining it yet, but I guess it's understandable. So now I have to see this gradient might, if the gradient is over 2 pi, I have to subtract 2 pi. Oof. Yeah, a little tough. I can copy the code. So, because my goal is just to understand how to achieve things. Never used an engine before. I'm used to doing everything from scratch. To achieve things. I use it. Oh. So yeah, the only thing in planning, so you're maybe asking how to plan things and have your goals. So how I do it, I really just started the game, and then when I had more experience, because at the beginning I did not know how long things take and how to do things, and had no idea how estimate my timetable. And after some time now that I have the experience, that I know what to do, I have really a to-do list that I just go through. Like the capabilities that Unity provides. Yeah, I think that there are just so many capabilities. I actually know most of them. I'm one of the few persons that really are deep into Unity and know nearly all of them. Like, I even did VR. I'm going to do AR for my actual work, where I got paid for. And I'm working in three-dimensional space for my work. I'm doing two-dimensional space here. And there's a lot of niche stuff that you don't need to care about at the beginning when you're just setting up objects and learning how to set their position. And after doing the physics engine for a long time, then you can start to learn things like how things are rendered, how to skin your objects, how textures work, how materials work, how shaders work, and these are a lot of different stuffs that I just said. They sound familiar, but they aren't. There's a whole lot that you can set up with the shader material. For example, you can have a shader on a object like a human, and then move the shader around, like have him disappear slowly, or having his skin burn, but not as a particle effect, but on his skin really have a burn effect there, and then apply a new texture only on the spaces where he was burned. It's actually possible just with shader, without any code. So there's a lot of there that you can learn, and I could go on and on, but you have to pick out your parts that you want to invest in, because going into VR or AR is also some completely different stuff than going into 2D. And I think that most people want is 3D, just like because 3D offers a lot of creative freedom that is also important. Um, and I would just pick up the basic skills first and then build upon them. And then you can just learn one thing at a time. When I used to code, we were very strict about proper object-oriented practices, so I learned a lot about patterns. It's a concept that can apply to any project. Well, I was looking at the Unix company one, a Unix company once. They were doing web development and web security. They were reading, scanning Python code and trying to find security holes that could be exploited. And there, I really learned to program really good. Like, but they would also not use any schemes. They would use GitHub and have called. There was a list that I also had to check all the time. I don't remember the name of that. It was a very popular one. Trello, I think. I think it was on Trello, and that's what I learned there and how to do that. But they didn't use any planning at all, or they just had told me like I had to do a website for intern usage and what to apply there, and I did that. I also did that in time and everything, and they taught me how, they read my code completely. I had someone review my whole code, which was actually very useful for me. At that time, I was not as good as I should have been, and I learned just a lot by having him read every line of my code, and then he would also always say like, "No, you can't use an if else clause there. You use a switch," and very basic stuff. Sometimes when you forget things, and tell me when functions were too long, and I had to divide them into different functions so they could be reused or just to restructure my code. Never did actual object-oriented practices or patterns at work or for myself. Something I only did at university, learned there. So I know of some concepts, how to apply them, but I don't have any practice with that. want this YouTube channel, One Wheel Studios, that has a whole playlist on object-oriented patterns. They apply to game programming in Unity. Watch but bookmark. Yeah, can imagine how useful this could be. I haven't watched anything yet. I think after this game, I will actually do a pause and start learning some pattern stuff. I haven't decided on object oriented, but I wanted to learn some patterns, just how other people work, and maybe pick up some useful stuff there. Also, don't know about my next job, if maybe my employer will make me learn object-oriented patterns or other patterns. Also be my current working conditions. It's not they're very lax, and it's not important. I'm not always happy about how lax they are. I'm actually more like I would like to have it a little bit more strictly controlled, and they would keep more attention to the code that I do is actually nicely coded and structured. Actually, it's the other way around. I'm working with their code, and I've actually told them that there was some stuff that they couldn't do like that. They also gave me code that I should build upon. The first thing that I said is can't use this because it wasn't modular and can't build upon this. So the only thing that I can do is having some kind of model structure where you do models for different JSON objects. It's not really a pattern. No, that's not a pattern. It's just something that I used at work because it works. But I don't. I'm not applying any patterns at the moment. The only thing that I'm using is I have a game controller and global variables. I can show you that maybe. And these are actually used by most developers in Unity. So here's these global variables here. They are a little bit unstructured, but the global variables component, you give it the script, and you tell the variables in the script that don't destroy on load. It means that you are going to take these in every scene that you open, and it won't destroy itself. So the global variables will be accessible from every level, and you only have to load them once, then you're ready to go. And then because if it detects at the beginning of a level that there's two instances of global variables, it will destroy itself. That the other one live on. It's because I have global variables in every level. Could also work with only one and pass it around each level, but then it will be impossible to test the levels. So you maybe want to start in level 3, and then you would have to get your global variables maybe from the main menu. There's a lot of personality conflicts when you put a bunch of programmers in the same room. I struggled more with that than anything else. Yeah, I can imagine. I'm actually more a guy who can solve a lot of conflict between programmers. There's sometimes some people who just want to start immediately and don't like to have a discussion and plan the programming part. And there's sometimes people where you have a conflict that promise to do things in time, and then they just can't deliver because what they promised was just out of That's their scope. Interesting. That's the stuff I'm still learning. Game managers and globals are good ways to structure them. Yeah, game controller. This one is also used for all the loading stuff and setting up characters, setting up the global variables, which we will need as general game functions. So having a game controller is very nice. I sometimes, but only sometimes, to have a level controller only for that scene. But then it's an individual script which will hold the information like how do certain scenes work that are only going to be played inside of this level, or how are certain traps going to work that I also just developed for one level, and I know at the moment that I won't use them again because I don't want to have the same traps again and again. And sometimes you just develop things for one level. So global variables here, like you see, first thing that it picks up is going to the player prefabs, and this is the player prefabs are just like, this is the language, subtitles, or which kind of things did you enable in your options, and it's going to pick them up and put them in the global variables. This is maybe the most important things for the game controller to do. And the other things it does is when you load the next level, here's the stuff what he's going to do. Like pick the player skin, pick which character did you choose, which gender, and yeah, then when you start the level, going to set up all these skill choices that you have picked up and hand them over to your next level. So there's a lot of them. But this should also be a list. That would have been better to restructure this into a list if you see something like this. So this is where I say I would like to start over again, actually. But yeah, I want to finish certain stuff before I leave this game. And down here are the loading function, loading. This is generated. And here's the ending of the functions that I did. How are your scenes organized? One scene per level? Yes. So, scenes. Take a look. Here's my scenes. These are all scenes that are in the game. And there are actually some unused of these. Here's level 1-1 and level 1-1-2, 1-3 are variations of the same level. At the moment, there's only a level 1-1. And I'm probably not going to use these two because I've found out another way how to vary the tile set, and then I won't need to duplicate the level, which is actually also a very bad way to do it, and I knew it. But I nonetheless have set these up at one point and might delete them in the future. But everything else, level 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, up to 11, they exist. And they are complete. And then there's 2 ending level, depending on what choices your character made. So if you have, you can become a Nosferatu. There's 2 levels for that. You can become the servant of the Nosferatu. There's 2 levels for that. And the last one will be is also a boss fight. There's a really bad devil ending where you become the devil. For that. And there's a human ending where you don't kill anybody except for your maker, the Nosferatu. There's also an ending for that. So this is how you how there's so many scenes. Now I'm actually trying to test something. I'm going to see if I mess up with the soul function. Yeah, I messed up. Okay. I didn't set gradient. What? Oh, this is copy code. How it should work. Cool. Thanks thanks so much for showing me around. My pleasure. Think if you would be missing something that I would make different, um, just having a global system for referencing enemies in the player. Like having one class that is just for unit control. It would just be nice to have them in a list and then maybe have some global functions for them. This is something that, for example, I'm missing. And this seems to work. Very nice. Try again. Yeah. Yeah, this is completely by me. But the only things that I didn't do is add one particle example for effect example folder. It is in public assets. You can, I think, if you Google effect examples, you can find them. They are set up with some materials that you can use. So, for example, if you look at this explosion, I'm going to look at the base map right now. Can you please show me the base map? I didn't draw these. I was actually going to draw these by myself, but then I saw them. Okay, this is now opened in the normal Windows picture opener, but whatever. With these, like flame effect, fire effects, drawn by yourself, might be worth it if you are going for a certain style, but I'm going more for a realistic style, and for that you're going to record a fire with a good camera, and then blend out the background. And I didn't do that. I don't have a good camera that can do that. Yeah. So if you are not into drawing, I was into drawing before, so I do every character. This background is drawn by me. This is all, everything is drawn by me, and the pickers are drawn by me. The UI is drawn by me. I don't remember anything except for some particle effects. I even did have some particles that I've done by myself. Um, that is not by me. And also I don't do the music. The music I can't do music. This is my weakness in game development. I do all the sounds. I even do voice lines, but I can't do the music. That's the only skill that I lack. And I also have decided not to go into that because do music would just overkill me. Like at some point, you also want to move on. Also, thank you. But we can't be skilled in every domain unless you're the person who made Stardew Valley. Yes, he did he do the music? He did the characters. Um, I know there are some guys who even did the music, but the guy who did Stardew Valley also had a job when he programmed. Yes, he did. Yes, okay, then I remember that right. He had a job. I think he also has a girlfriend, and his girlfriend would always tell him to not make a break sometimes, because he said he was programming 16 hours a day. I think it's a little bit exaggerated because yeah, he needs to work at some time and sleep and everything. So I need 7.5 hours of sleep. I can't work 16 hours. I do a workout half an hour every day, and I also need to work. It's just not humanly possible. And as a programmer, you can't skip your sleep. It's also some of the dumbest thing that people actually do. He also said, when I was reading about him, the guy of Stardew Valley, had some problems with procrastination. Absolutely deserved the success. I mean, he was spending years of his lifetime just for the game, and he's still supporting his game and programming on it. Absolutely. Oh, now if I accomplished my first task for today, oh no, it's not the first task. I actually completed two tasks, subtasks. Oh, now I'm going to for the next one. So there's a second skill, a red one. And this should do if I get hit by a melee attack, that the attacker gets pushed back. And I also don't take damage. It's the alternative skill to getting these protective souls. So the system works, you can always pick one of two skills, and both skills should be equally powerful, and it should always be a little bit a struggle for the player to pick the right one. And every skill should, of course, be awesome and really nice. Sometimes really hard to come up with two equally good choices there. So now what we're going to do is I have an idea. I'm going to disable the spawning of the protective souls because we're finished with them. And I actually disabled wrong this. Here we go. Here's the loop. and I'm going to find and edit this prefab. Now, this prefab has a script right here that in the old skill just did plain damage to an enemy, and that's it. And also did a pushback. English. I have an idea. Yeah. If we spawn 3 swords around the character, it might be a very, very strong defense. But if we have as a second skill, a skill that just protects you from one melee attack, it's a little bit weak. So let's also add that the also add that the if you get attacked by a melee attack, you do damage to your enemy, the one who attacked you. I think that's a really nice thing. So let's put all of this stuff here that we don't really need right now, and also be not in fixed update. Be an update. Put them into a new method. Big void. It's going to do a whole range. Push back in. Oh. Oh man, the hardest part of programming is also always coming up with a good name. Time for some tea. Have the discipline to comment my code too. Yeah, but when I comment my code, I usually only comment the self-explanatory parts. Except if I do it like that. When I'm planning my code, sometimes I do it like that. I do like what do I want to do with this? Apply damage on damage effect. So I'm planning my code like this, and then just destroy this. For example, mostly a little bit more complicated than this. And then when I write the code underneath my comments, I just leave the comment and then I will have commented my code. This is just a really nice little trick where I always leave some nice little comments. So that's a good idea. Let's just write a comment. Pushes back the enemy. Enemy applies damage and destroys itself. Yeah, that's a good idea. Yes, if it's self-evident for sure, not needed. Except for the times in my job I was making utility classes for the whole department. Did someone ever complain that you didn't do enough commenting? I think if you also choose very good variable names and have a very good discipline with that, and also function names and use a lot of functions, then you don't need a lot of functions comments. You don't need a lot of comments if your code is self-explanatory. Oh, for sure. There was a lot of personality conflict. Work became less dramatic, dramatic once I left the software development field. It was easier in the beginning when the group was small. I've never worked in really big teams, and when I did, I'm also working at a big team right now, but I'm working as my individual unit where I pretty much do my stuff myself. Also, when I was working before, I was just getting my orders like with it, we want to have a web application that does this and that, and or you have to correct this code of employee that came before you and his code was really bad, please fix it. And then I was working on that every day, and before I got my whole code reviewed, which was useful. Like now I'm not getting any reviews at all. I'm actually applying the knowledge that I gained from my first work with the guys where I work now, and tell them how they have to restructure the code so it can actually be easier to work with. And it also makes me sometimes a little bit sad that I'm not at a high position and have to tell these guys how to program. It's a little bit hard for me. And they actually have also, just like me, a master's degree in computer science. So they should know better. There was a small group of devs that considered themselves the best, then shunned the developers who they felt were very technically skilled. And that's bullshit, I have to say. Like, you should never consider yourself the best. Just something that's going to distract you from your actual work. Like, you're not working for your position or your for your honor or something. You should work just to make a good work. I think that's my opinion. It's also why I mightn't fit into every team, but yeah, of course you should also be paid fair. Also, it's also something that I don't like to see if people are not paid fair. That's another topic. It's also sometimes a little bit problematic for higher ups if they hear that. In my opinion, it's much more worth if you work 8 hours and put in as much effort as you can in these 8 hours. Try to be the best in these 8 hours as you can be, as if you are the best of every programmer, but you worked 13 hours and 5 of them you're only getting your coffee or something. That's not how things work. Some people are really obsessed with their workaholic obsession. Like, they have to be so hardcore workaholic that they singularly carry their team, and actually they are all doing all the work and all this bullshit. These are not good team players, and actually they are hurting their team, and actually bad in my opinion. So here I am in the character, and I'm right now looking into my handle hits function, which determines if you are hit or not. Right underneath this, if you're invulnerable, it will just return false. Now I want to, if we have the skill enabled, skill 9, the skill has spawned, then in the child of that, I want to get the component with a script on it, and use our defined method. We want to give him the source where the damage is coming from, which is source, and we want to give him this a direction. The direction will be the position of the source. I want to try something. The position of the source minus the position of the character. Is this possible? Yes! So I can skip this code. This is way too long. And give this push direction to the script. This is going to push back the guy who's attacking you. And then we don't want to apply any damage the guy has done to us, to ourselves. So you do now. Ah, yeah. Oh, what? There's another variable. Has the same name. Vector2 push back direction. We don't really care. Now, there's another thing that we have to check. I said we only want to do this with melee attacks. And thankfully, we have a damage type. We can just check which kind of damage it is. Oh, there's a lot of them. This is a melee set. Oh, hello. G4 Snippies. Thank you for following. So there's a lot of damage types, and we want to check if any of them have been applied. So we can simply make a long statement. Just says if a damage type is one of these melee attacks. So check for more. Thing. This one is a special attack. So I think there's a normal attack type. We have to check who uses this. Who uses the normal attack type? Restarter. Nice. Werewolf. Let's change this. Melee. Swing. Not the name. Cancel this. Melee swing. Okay. Now we know the character. Normal attack is applied by things that like despawners. We don't want to check that. How many attacks are not going to hurt you if you spawn the skill? Big ups, man. Watching from South Africa. Should be doing my coding homework instead instead I'm here, lol. Oh. Yeah, have fun doing your homework later. Coding is so exciting. I hope you find the motivation to do your homework, you know, and build your habit of doing your homework in time. It's also interesting that instead of doing homework, you just choose to see some coding. That's interesting. Now I'm going to see if the code that we now bit wide works. So for this we need an enemy who actually uses melee attack. And luckily we have one right here. The soldier. Pretty sure he uses a melee attack. Let's see if the script works now. Not really. No, it did not work. Let's first check if he does a melee attack. He does a melee swing. And we check for melee swing. So this should be triggered. Let's also debug log this. Oh, so logged damage. And it's the public field, so we can change how much force is applied to the target. This push force will be applied My first guess is that we just don't see enough, apply enough force so that we see that. Oh. Oh, I haven't spawned the soul. That's maybe a reason. Pretty sure that's the reason. Okay, we blocked some damage there. Let's see if we also damaged the soldier. Yes. He lost 150 HP. So the only thing that is not done correctly, there's not enough force pushing him back. So let's add a lot of push. So this much push force should be overkill. Let's see if it works. And here we go. No. Nothing. Okay, let's look at the code. Look at this soldier. Maybe his velocity is hard-coded. His velocity is hard-coded only if he stands on a ladder for reasons that we don't need to care for. It's just if he stands on a ladder, sometimes ladder extending the bottom floor, and he should not go down there. That's why why his velocity will be hard coded then. Aside from that, the velocity on his character is added. It's not hard coded. So it's rather weird. Flying back. Let's add more overkill to this push force by putting it up to 4,000. 4,000 should be push him back to the edge of the bed immediately. Way too much. Nothing. With this soldier. And compare his widget body to the player. Widget body. There it is. Has more drag. Soldier actually has a lot of drag. But we still should at least see some effect. But whatever, let's just put up the add more push force, so it will now be at a ridiculously high number. So if this doesn't work, then we have to look back at the code. Okay, now he did get pushed back. Okay, we just have to get higher with our number because he has a lot of drag. After just a week, this is something I'm trying to get used to. Having public fields. I had it ingrained to have everything private with get and set method, but then you need them in your inspector. Ah, yes. There's actually also a lot of things you can do with that. If you look at the player character, I'm not always using it to full extent, but there are even some customizable fields here. You see like this. This is a serializable field. And what is ground? Here I can tick some checkboxes, which is really useful. And if I anything else, I don't see that. And that's defined by you. Serializable fields. Here I can just set a range, and then you have the slider right there that you can just change in, as much as you define. So if you don't want anyone to put in, even yourself, to put in a ridiculous stupid value or ridiculous high value, or maybe just not divide by 0, can put in a range that does not allow that. Now, also this layer mask here is actually private. So you don't always need to make them public. Just have to define them as serializable fields. So yeah, actually should use serializable field way more. It's a little bit stupid. Actually didn't pay attention to that. Now that I look back into that. Oh dear. These are all variables that need to be public. I think there's some that I actually left out. But whatever. The character is also coming from a time where I did not know how to code. Okay. I think we still have too much push force now. By 10,000. Cool, learned something new. Never saw the range keyword before. Have seen serializable field somewhere. Yeah, is it something I also never saw in Java at university? Okay, I think we now had to have a good push for back force if we saw it on the character there. Maybe 12,000 would be a little bit better. And I'm also not sure. It's now let us say 10,000. We have to test it with different characters because the soldier has a lot of drag, but not everybody has that. We'll test it out. Might still have to do something about this and calculate the drag of the enemy that we want to push into the push force. There's also distinctions between fields and property, which I have read set up upon. Java has a serialized keyword used to save load instances of object to file, I believe. Oh, okay. Yeah. I said in university we don't learn that. So we did learn patterns though, and how to apply some, but wasn't very concrete. Okay, now we also tested the push force with another enemy, and I actually think the push force could be a little bit more. Let's put it to 12,000. Be careful, that is overkill very fast. I think it's an exponential function. Once you push through the drag force, applying a lot of force. Okay. I think that was enough. I really would notice that. Well, he was pushed nearly to the edge of the screen. Maybe I want to, let's try 14. I want to apply as much as possible, and I want the enemy to still be in the screen area. Let's see if we can push it a little bit, just a little bit further. Yeah, we can. Let's go for 16. Been a long time since I coded at work. I'm sure it changed a lot. It's changed a lot. So you haven't coded for a long time. So what are you doing now? Do you switch department? And I think 16,000 is a nice pushback. Exactly as far as I can go. And now I still need to work a little bit on the effects. The effects are not sufficient enough. See the character there, he's pushed back, but the sound that is playing sounds a little bit badly recorded. You have to redo that. And the effect where he is pushed back, the enemy is pushed back, but you don't really see that. And you don't really realize what's pushing him back. So you need to work on the pre-prep here and make sure first that you really see that this soul is protecting you. Also, this soul should not be annoying. So this is our to test. This to have this spin around maybe a little bit faster, but not be annoying. Work. I first went into project management and now I'm in business operations for the company, mostly as planner, managing scheduling for very large programs. So you really must be into object-oriented patterns, I guess. But but now that you're into management, you're not coding at all, I guess. I've seen that at work with some other programmers. They used to write the software for the problem that we were developing there. Later, they would stop developing and programming and only do management. And I think there's also some really nice stuff there, like flying around the world and just meeting other people to explain them how your program is the best, and just make some advertisement. I think they enjoyed their little fame there a lot. Maybe even a little bit too much. No coding at all. Liked. Just my thought, I should do a little learning my spare time. Well, I can't say anything about what you should do or not. Well, I thought it would be fun, at least when programs are working. I am a little bit twisted about that. I think, okay, I have a lot of unpopular opinions about that. I think coding is not supposed to be fun. It's the fun comes from what you are doing and what you are developing, but the code itself, it's just work for me. I really have to say, I don't have an inner enjoyment by doing hard math like learning quaternions and failing again and again at making a function work, and sometimes even having to go to sleep without solving something, which is one of the things that you really have to learn how to handle that. But I think the fun is just things that you deploy. And there's also the nerdy stuff like I do hard math and can be proud of that. Like your inner nerd is triggered and you can be justified by just doing real science that is not hurting anyone, but yeah, really putting us as a species a little bit further. And I think also programming, good programming and having the discipline to program a little bit of just developing your habits so you can handle the frustration that even comes with big companies and with focusing on your work and your code. Well, I thought it would be fun, at least when programs are working, if someone saw me swearing at my code, they'd wonder why I'd be calling it a hobby. Yes, it's the end result that's very rewarding. I was proud of my moving square that shoots triangles. Yeah. I remember so many times when I just was happy that some code worked. When I was doing tutorials for my first real work at the web security, I was going there and I did not know anything at all about how things are working. And I just had to do tutorials. They showed me like do this tutorial and then you can try to start working on making this website. And was even you new to Ubuntu, and also to get used to this very fast because it was my was important for my bachelor degree. Was my last year I was working at this company, and I had to really push myself to the limit there to just not um, fail at the first week. And I was so proud when after 3 weeks I did for the database function that was done by the framework, which automatically would put in the values and set them up so you could work with them very fast in the database. And then I don't know exactly what it was, but like I could regenerate. I think it was all the input values could be regenerated with a certain comments inside of the terminal. And then I did that, and then my boss came and asked me what I was doing and how I'm doing this. And I'm so, yeah, this was done like this and that. And he was asking me, how am I doing this? He has never heard of this. I just said, oh, it was in a tutorial. And this is something that made me really proud. It was nothing big, but having something to just not outsmart, outknow your boss who was way smarter and more experienced than I was at the time, just is very rewarding. I'm really not satisfied with this effect. Looks kind of weird. When I did this first, I really liked that it looks weird and unique, but I can't associate anything with it. I have to head out soon and do errands, but it was fun chatting. I will catch you another time. Very impressed with everything you've made. Thank you, and have fun heading out and doing your errands. It was also a lot of fun chatting. So that's what it is actually doing. It's going into a spiral. I think I know what I'm doing wrong. Need to say that these are not dying with particles. Oh, didn't. Let's randomize the rotation. That doesn't look like anything has changed. Okay. Okay. Okay, now we have set up the effect. Just one should be a soul going around the character. Took me long enough. I'm still not convinced this is actually a good effect. It's bad, but yeah, this behaves it. You can now try out some different materials and just try to make this effect maybe look cool or something. We could also make it a flame, which I think is a very bad idea, because it would imply that our character is burning. This is a nice effect though, because it implies that there's an invulnerability shield. I like this a lot. Also have to adjust the edges. Ooh, this also looks kind of nice, even though it's not supposed to be. That doesn't look nice at all. Yeah, I think I'm going for the shield effect. I think it was on top here. This one. This looks just like a shield effect. I will have to adjust that it looks a little bit more like circle. I think it's a minimum vertex distance. We put that down. Yeah, now it's going rounder because it's not a complicated particle effect. We're going to put this to 0.2. Now this really, maybe 0.1. Now this looks a little bit like a shield. But nonetheless, I want to adjust this now that the circle is spread randomly, which is not the case right now. So what happens if I modify this? Not adjusting. Oh, it's impacting the direction a little bit. Okay, what about this? To do impact the direction, but not in a way I want, because then also the cycle will be bigger. Not what I want. Again, let's look at the Z. And then will fly it away to the three-dimensional space, which is also not so nice. Let's look how this looks in 3D. Can't see anything. So we should be able to. Feel like we are way too far away from this. Good. Now Unity won't let us zoom in, which is a little bit unfortunate for what we want to see. Come on there. Come on. Don't see any effect. Don't see anything. What? Nothing. Nothing. Okay, we can only see this in two-dimensional space. Might be because of the material. I suspect that we couldn't see the material in three-dimensional space because we are looking at the back of it. It's only rendering from the front. But I'm not sure about that. Not sure about that. Still very weird. Like, yeah, even if we look in the other direction, are we not seeing anything? Seems so. I have really rotated around this object. Okay? I have rotated around this object. It's not displaying any effect at all. Yeah, I really don't know how this effect is working in 3D space. It would have been really nice to see, but seems like Unity doesn't want to show us. And this doesn't go around the null point. I maybe change its start position. Yes, I can. Can give it a shape. Then just put that shape up. Oh, I didn't. Restart, please. Let's give it a circle. And put the circle make it really slow. Then just put the position way up. Oh, then also the size of that thing changes because it's in a three-dimensional space. Holy. That's complicated. Maybe not use this in spiral size direction. It's 0. Try out some new values. Hmm. Daniel, yo. Yo, 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 what's up? Hi. Hmm. I'm trying to add a field effect, but it doesn't want to do what I want it to do. I wanted to want the character field effect, but the radial is just not behaving in the way that I want to. I have the feeling that I'm just trying too much random stuff here instead of actually applying something. So I would say let's start all over again. Put everything to 0 here, except the speed modifier. Let's put that 1, and just start from 0. Because I'm actually just trying too much random stuff. So first, the orbital offset x and y. Not do anything without any orbital x, y, and z. Okay, that's confirmed. The radial. If I just apply a radial, it's not doing anything. Okay, just as I thought. So applying x, this should shoot it to the right. Not seeing anything happen though. Should be particles that I can see. Okay, they are. There they are. That's it. They have a 3D start size? No. Oh, why I'm not seeing anything if I just play start like this. Should be able to see something right now. Let's put rotation to a constant. That's really weird. Ah, it's just trails. Yeah, that makes sense. So maybe I'm focusing too much on the trails. I should see what the actual particle does. Now I can see where the actual particle flies. And that's why we have this weird stretching on their particle effects. If we can change the trails to be displaced in some kind of 2D form. Let's see right now. Hmm. Oh, this seems to be better now. Oh, put out shape. Give it a velocity of a lifetime. Now we actually see something. That's nice. And let's only render the tail again. Will be to the left, right, up, this down. Okay, nice. Filter down, down. And to the right. It's circling. Nice circle here. You make this circle. Yeah. Seems so. Add some radial. Just making everything ugly. Put them both to the nice value. This is weird. Why is it doing this? And it might be the radial modifier which does this. We could just draw this into three-dimensional space by applying enough radial. It doesn't seem to work nicely with high orbital x and y. Let's put them back to 0. So z is next to 0. They are going into a cycle, but they're just going, should I say, and down. On the top left with the upper right, I have an idea. Instead of doing this as a constant, we're applying a curve. That going from negative to positive. No, not for u, z. Not for u, z. We don't want to apply anything to the z coordinate. not the Z. I want to do it with the Y. Y though. And with the X. So what this should do, now spin. Doesn't. Why doesn't? Give them some start. Oh, what did? Hmm. Let's blend in the main particle again. What does it do? Just wiggles a little bit to the left and right. Okay, let's reverse one of those two. Now spin. Let's forget orbital and y. Don't get them to work. Put them to 0. Do that with the x and y linear. I'm a little bit confused because there's still orbital. Is it circling now? Maybe. Put this to 10 and this to 10. That's weird. kind of circling in this view. It's just not getting very far. If we put it if I put it into 2D space, not circling, needs a Z coordinate for that. Weird. Shouldn't. So let's first determine which coordinate I don't need. I only need 2. So everything about this is weird. Like we don't see a trail, though we should. I have no idea what I'm doing. So let's just Google. So how can I make particle go in a circle? Oh, they actually did the same thing that we did. They separated the axis and did it like some kind of sinus cosinus curve. I think this is done by hand. This point should be when this point crosses the middle line, the 0 point. So let's change that. Let's look again. Only the x and y. Only the x and y. So the z coordinate should not be used. We are doing right now. Come here. Come on, get to 0. You can do it. Oh, please, dear inspector, let me grab the y curve. Why? The y? No, not the z. Not the z. Holy shit. Come on. Here we go. You start at 0. Okay. You go up. You go down. Let's plan for everything. 0, 0, 5. 1/4 of a second. We started to see what this does. Okay. Also, light so that this uh, okay, let's restart. And it actually didn't work. Just seems to be spitting out some particles. Let's just put a ridiculously high value in it. Oh, actually, that makes sense. Now it does go around in a circle in a weird way. Must be something affecting the particles. They looks like they're losing speed over lifetime. Might be also that not apply the curves correctly. But first, let's put this at 50. Also, this one at 50. This is 0.5. Yes, that's correct. This is 0.5. Correct. This one picked up. At the red curve. This one is easier and actually really hard to mess up. Again. Okay, now it's going around in circles. It looks like there's something stretching it. Also very weird that the color of the trail is fading. I haven't set it to fading. That's really weird, actually. Oh, there's a color. Yeah, there's a color for the trail option, though. So what's happening right now? The particles aren't dying when they reach the end of the lifetime. That's weird. We can fix this. So if we put the trails at die with particles, they're dying. If not, they are just not just not ever going to die. I don't know why. Or that if you set the lifetime relative to the life of a particle to 1, then they would last 2 seconds. They don't. And there's 2 things that we want to adjust. First, it's going around in this weird circle way. Rotate this. Oh God, I didn't see this actually scaled. So now it's going in a circle. That's a nice little circle. And instead of modifying the circle, can just the scale can just modify the X. Maybe give it a little more. Now we wanted to do 2 circles the same time. So what we are going to do is we take this here, this position, make sure that it can go around in 2 circles. Now this is going is the exact same function, just with a little delay. We always need to add 250. This is at 375. The next one is at 625. Yeah, that's right. The next one is at 875. And the next one is here. Just taking it right with the direction it's coming from. And now it's going in 2 circles. Enables us to actually modify the trail color again and blend it out at the start and the end. Okay, now we want to actually rotate this randomly. So can we apply an offset? Oh no, actually no. This is just orbital offset. Not good. Okay, but there has to be a way that we can make this circle go around this middle point, the center point. So we want the circle go around its root position. Can just do it with a shape. Don't specify its direction. Don't mess with that. Still missing. Something's messing us up right now. Let's make a box. A box seems to work. No, don't know what was messing our shape up there, but we can now put this box just a little bit more button. Now the circle will actually send a circle around the center. Okay, that's nice. But we want, it's not actually what we want. We want it to randomly start at any point. What if we use a random rotation now? In 1 and 360? Will it do anything? No, because it's not applying this with the box. It's only rotating the particle that we can't see. Can we actually rotate the box? We can rotate the box. Not around the center, it seems. We can randomize the position here. And all these rotation values here, they're not going to be applied on our tray. They're going to be applied on our particle. So we need to find a way to make this a little bit more random, just a little bit. We could maybe mess with the speed. The speed is overwritten by our velocity of our lifetime. We can't mess with that. Because then we would have separate values for those. We don't want this. At least We can only do this via scripting, and I don't want to go into write a script like now. So what else can we do? We can randomize the lifetime though. And that will just make the circle backward sometimes. So let's stop that. So with this we can change the shield a little bit. Like this shield looks really nice. Like if this would go on indefinitely, that would be nice. And we actually can do this if we just fix the rate over time. Now this is going on indefinitely without the player noticing too much. I think this is too fast though. And this looks janky. The shield. It's not bad though. It's not bad. So I think we can make it this work. I think we can make this work. Just have to put in a little bit more patience and get into some thought. So if I want this to be bigger, I can also make the width of the trail bigger. 8. We won't see the inside part because it's hidden behind the character, so that's fine. Also change the velocity a little bit. Now we have a big effect. Now we have to compare it to the real character size. Hello. Can you... Oh no, please don't crash Unity. Holy shit, this is big. Please don't crash. Please don't crash. Please don't crash. Please don't crash. Please, 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 please. This doesn't look good at all. Ooh. Okay, there's something updating. There's something updating. So we just need to wait. Just need to wait. Okay. I think it's done. Yeah, this is way too big. This is way too big. Much bigger than I imagined. Yeah, like this is a shield that is deflecting stars. We are going for just little humans, so let's halve the size of this again. Still too big. So let's halve it again. Maybe in 10, 20. Let's. Why are you weird? Why are you weird now? lifetime? Yes, you need. Is it so big? I think a lifetime of 2 looks nice. Still to go up with the scale of this thing. By a lot. By a lot. So let's put this 1. Put this at 3. Oof. Oof. Well, that's not what we need. So it looked nice with 10 and 20. This is looking nice. That's looking nice. I just want to scale it down. So let's stop bothering too much. Just put down the scale. I think it would be nice. 0.25. This looks like a really nice shield effect. I have to put it a little bit up though. I think the middle of the character is here. To put the center a little bit up. Yeah, just like this. So the only problem is here at the edges. We see this effect right here. That's not nice that we have this with these edges. It adds up just bad. Can't have that. Also, I think it's also not applying its color. Oh, it is. Is using the alpha channel. I think we can maybe make this a little bit less visible. Player does not get distracted too much. Maybe for 75. And still go a little bit down with the scale. 2, 1, 5. That's 8. Okay, put the table a little bit up. Here we go. We can see that the character is actually protected. So we now have a nice little shield effect here that we can display to show that the character is protected. Now let's just apply all of this to the character, to the original prefab. Delete this and let's see if it works in the game.
Hey!
No, it doesn't, because the scaling is affected by the character. So let's see if we can change that. For that we are going to look for 9, 1. Put this to 2 here, so it does not change the position. And it actually will have the right position. We just want to set the parent, nothing else. We don't want to apply anything else to that prefab. So that should be sufficient.
Line.
And it isn't. So let's look at the prefab. The scale has been applied. Let's look at the prefab in the character. Not been applied here. Scale should be 1/8 here. Has been changed. How it would look. It needs to be routed to the body because it's now it's looking okay at this position.
Line.
So, okay, we need to find a way to set the world position. So I'm not sure if this is working correctly. We will work after that. Okay, let's go and see how it works. If it works.
Hey.
I would be happy, very happy if it actually does. It doesn't. No. No. Okay. What's happening? Where's the soul effect? Yeah. It spawned at some random, really weird position. But its scale didn't change. So if we would just put it into the character, that would be nice. So I think something went wrong with the transform position. Maybe it's taking the transform position that is written inside of the prefab. Yeah, that could be. That's really weird, but it could be. Let's transform position, local position. Let's set the local position to 0. And then it should work. The next thing and last thing that we want to do, we don't want to apply this to the actual character, but we want to apply this to a spine bone so it rotates with your character when you rotate your character around. So let's see this. I've done this before with the bat wings. Wings. Oh. Let's see where this child was instantiated, because I did the exact same thing. It doesn't seem like I thought. Anything else? Maybe find? really skilled. Oh, also this parent is just the game object transform. Maybe they are controlled via a script event. Fine. Wings. U12. I already script the script. This is a back item. This is useful. I could apply this also to the manage position. Yeah. Let's see. Let's read what this back item says. Then wider particle system. Yeah. Okay. I have to apply this to the soul effect. This back item script takes care of the of anything we spawn next to the character in the character bag, and makes sure that it stays nice and animated nice on his back. So if your character leans forward, the effect will be turned with the character according to the script. Let's try this back item. Item, good. And this is a particle system. And let's just hope that we don't have to code anything and it works. Never does, so let's not have too high hopes.
Hey!
Okay, let's go. Oh, it works. So what did I say? If we're crouching, it's looking fine. If we're crouching, I see a bug there. If we're crouching and before we have turned our character, not rotating. Okay, anything else? Despawned it. Spawn it again. It works if he goes in from this position to his normal idle position, not into crouch. Okay, we have to fix that. Then we will be finished with this effect. It's really nice. So now we have a shield for our character if he gets by melee attacks. Take a good amount of tea for that and get coding. So now we have to look at this back item and how does this work? Okay, manage position and scale. Let's search for anything that has to do with rotation. So transform. We find anything with rotation. Yes, so this is lying. This is also position, manage rotation, position and scale. Hey, why am I lying to me? It's also managing the rotation. So let's tell it that. So if the side animations are active, so if it's set to crawl, supposed to set the rotation to the start rotation. I think what we were doing there was cover. So let's look that up. I think what we were doing there was cover. So let's look that up. In the character script, we have a lot of animation stuff going on. Right here. And we don't want to look around in all of that. Just want to see. Yeah, here's this tag crawl. We didn't cover cover. So let's just take this and put in an OR. Oops. Yeah, okay, we lost our reference. But I think if I just white cover, I won't do it wrong. And now we should have fixed our nice little script there and be ready to cross out our subtask. So now if you go into cover, it still is buggy. Nice. So why though? Okay, I want to see in the animator in which state are we in right now. In cover. And I did white cover with the V. With the W, sorry. What's the right? This is actually type. No, this is not the typo. I can write it like this. So whatever. If I change the name right now, I could maybe mess up with some codes that I don't want to mess up. So just take the tag. What is right now? I googled. Okay, this is covered written wrong. I'm not a native English speaker, so it, yeah. I wasn't sure right now if I did get the pronunciation right. Looks like no, it should go. Come on. Come on, why? What is wrong? He's clearly in the cover state as the tag cover. Are these side animations active? No, this is front animation. That explains a little bit, yeah. Damn it. Let's see what happens if the front it actually has something written exactly for that cover. Oh dear, I think I messed up there. I made some go-to position. Which is set up to be set to have the effect go slowly into its final position. It looks like I messed up the code for some reason. It doesn't matter. In both cases here, it says if they then rotate it to the start rotation. This is odd. It's really odd. Where is that wrong? It's supposed to be never wrong. Still manages to be wrong though. So okay, this is only affecting the scale. This shouldn't matter because side animation won't be active if we are covering. It's front animation. Oh, this is if it isn't cover. So let's assume the go-to animation is cover position. Let's assume the go-to position is cover position. And then we cover again. Okay, then this should actually, and at the moment that we are not covering, it should immediately set the go-to position to start position. Except if at the whole time side animations are active, because it will never go into this line of code. So this has to go. So this has to go somewhere else. Can't be an else if this starting clause, because if the side animation stays active, you'll never go into the cover. It will never go into this line of code if this is an else if. So now it will go into it. Let's see if we use the go-to position at another line of code. I don't think so. So this would actually be fine. We don't have to think about this again. Yeah. But oh no, we have to. We don't want to do this. if we only want to do parts of this. If the side animation is not active. So let's just copy this, because the rotation here is damn it. Oh, no. Let's just put it in as else if. We only care about this line right here. Only care about this line right here, because these lines won't activate if the go-to position remains at cover position. So let's put the go-to position into, let's just say, side animations position. But it has to be defined. We can put this to null. Can we null this? Is this a good idea? No. Ooh. It's inconvenient. Let's just put this to vector 3, 0. It will work. Doesn't matter what we put this in. Just a value that we will never use. It just cannot be the cover position. Might be another way around this. Oh. Okay, I have another idea, but let's try this out first. Let's try this out first, and then if it doesn't work, I have another idea. Fix this.
Lane!
Okay, it fixed it. Now I'm not 100% convinced of this shield effect though. I think it's nice in theory, but in practice it's a little weird. If you look around like this, you see this weird particles at its back that are really, really ugly. In front it looks nice, but this backside, it's a little bit too much sugar. So here we go again. Let's look into the effect. So what we want to do is want to have this middle part to be as small as possible. And how can we do this very easy? Just change the width of the trail. It's only for overlapping slightly now. Now we see the maybe a little bit less. Now we see that the jittering at his back has at least calmed down a little bit. Let's try it out again in the game.
Hey!
Sorry back there. It's a little bit too much, too high. A little bit too high. I think if you put it down, we are safe though. Oh, only in the crawling animation it looks very junky. Okay. And then we still have to do some work for the actual hit effect and the hit sound, which I'm not really happy with right now. So, yes. Oh. What I want to do is get this down like just a little bit. Let's spawn it on the character again, so we can readjust it according to its real scale, because in pivot mode I cannot see how much it scales comparison to the character. I can see this right here. Now, oh dear, he has his eyes closed. I hate it if you take a photo and your eyes are closed. This is always a bad thing. Okay, let's now put down the shield effect a little bit, just a little bit. Where's the shield effect? Yeah. And what happens if we put down the tape? Oh, won't do anything. We have to do it in the prefab immediately. Oh, where would I put this? Back again. This here. Let's try out 4. Now we have to estimate it a little bit. This won't take long, so this is acceptable. And we have some really nice, convincing fields here where we can just put in some values, press play, and do this until we are convinced that this effect is at its right position. And now, still think it's not quite right. Just a little bit more. So let's try -4.5. And I think -5.5 will work. I I think this will be our final value.
Hey!
So yeah, I think you can, if you look at this back, you can slightly see that the effect is spawning there. Might be something that the normal user won't notice. But that's not a good idea. Okay. But aside from that, I think that that's a very good shield effect. Yeah, because it's behind the character, you don't see the jankiness of the shield effect. And if you would like to do this better, you would maybe even have to do it in 3D, the shield in 3D pop up. And I think by just hiding our little spots that we don't want to show, and maybe just cheat the audience a little bit to convince them. Okay, we have to save here. And I will go into a break. I will go to eat something, have my dinner, and then we are going to finish this little effect right there. So, be right back. See you again. Hello, I'm back again after some nice dinner time, and I'm going to get back into my code and do nice things. Well, what exactly am I going to do? Let me remember. Yes, we have this small little shield effect, and we want to place some hit effect if this shield effect is going to absorb damage, which then pushes back your enemy. So what we want, we actually have hit effect for this. Let's look at this. It doesn't match the new shield very much. So let's change the material of this into the same material as for the shield. Let's just look how it looks. Let's watch the new particle effect. And I think it's working. And it could be a little bit bigger. Let's put it into the game just to see how big it is. And right now, oh, I think there's something weird with the rotation. I think this is set to be in a cone shape. Yes. Let's look at this in 2D. Yeah, this is a cone. Now, if we press start and restart, I think we are not always seeing the effect playing out, because the material actually has a back and front side. So if we don't see the front side, we don't see anything at all, which is might be happening here. I'm not sure about that, but this is my first call, and probably a good chance that this is the problem right here, because we are seeing exactly just only the part that is pointing away from the camera. A little bit odd here, but let's just look at the material source and edit it. So let's put the render phase to both. Look how it changes. So did this fix our problem? Yes, it actually was the problem. Nice. So first thing fixed there, and the next thing that we want to do is, I think this looks nice, but it's barely noticeable. We could increase the particle size a little bit. Double it. Oh no, now the trails, which these are they trails? Yes, these are trails. They look a little bit off. Yeah, too wide, I would say. So I think let's just skip the start size. Go into the trail size. Make sure that they are not affected by the particle size. Yeah, now they are way too big. And now we are going to set the width of the trail by ourselves. So let's put this down. It doesn't look terrible anymore. It also does not look good. So can we maybe stretch its X width? Yeah, we can. But oh no, this is also not what we actually wanted to do. Now it's repeating itself. Let's try out different modes. It's not repeating itself, but it still is. Still is repeating itself. Yeah. This is not the stretching that I would expect, actually. So let's revert this. This is not what we want. I don't see a way to really stretch the particles then into a nice long way. Or maybe there is. Let's disable color over lifetime and set the color over lifetime in the trail component. And from the, let's not say at the end, we are going to blend out. Let's blend out in the middle of the animation. Why would we don't want to do that? Now, see this? The thing is, they are still very fast when we blend out, and we don't see the part where they slow down. And I don't like the end part of this animation, like here. Would do it like this. You see, at the end they are slowing down a little bit. I don't like the end part of this animation, so let's just not show it. Just in real life, we don't want to show parts that we don't want other people to see. Now we can put the lifetime up, and here we have a nice little effect like there. But I think this is too long. So let's find a nice middle ground. Okay. And also, because this is going to be a hit effect, let's add just a little flash in the middle. So for this, we can now apply all the things that we changed to the prefab. And let's open the prefab again. So right here, we see our nice little prefab right there. That's working perfectly fine. And we can we want to add a new game object. This will be the flash effect. This will just be an effect that we are going to place in the middle. I'm going to copy this particle system because I don't like the setup particle system of Unity for some reason. And I'm not going to have a shape. No velocity, no trail. We don't see anything right now. Because we don't have anything right now. So let's hit this. Is this shockwave? No, it's distortion, I think. Distortion? Golden distortion. Yeah, now we see this point in the middle. It's just there and then it disappears. So let's make it a bit bigger. Ooh, yes, like this. Now it's completely white. I think it's because it emits 100 circles. Yeah, that could be it. Let's set this to 0 and just emit one single circle. And we're going to just make it explode very fast and implode again. Just to show that we have hit an enemy there. I think the size should be a little bit smaller, like this. And now we're just going to apply size of lifetime. Make this very big at the middle and then just implode. And then try out different values for this. Okay. I think we could just set down the lifetime really hard. Yeah, like this. Also, a little bit less size. So we have this immediate reaction very fast when an enemy hits us and he gets knocked back at the end. We want to spawn this at the position where we are hit. Now, how we are going to do this? First, we are going to delete this. We don't need this in the game. We want to spawn it in the right moment when we are hit. So let's give this as a public game object. So the original skill is 9 U1. 9U1. Okay. So let's find the actual corresponding 9U1 soul effect here. And let's define a new game object. Soul skills 9U1 hit effect. So this is where you're going to apply this. And why are we red? Stop being red. Okay, it's not red anymore. Let's find where we spawn. No, we don't want this. Let's just find, I don't remember where the code for 9U1 is. The hit effect. I think this is it. Okay. And when we are hit by a corresponding attack, we want to spawn this, instantiate this effect. Actually, we have code that is very similar for another invulnerability effect, and this is also an invulnerability effect. We're going to spawn this with this. That's at the hit position, and it's just an effect. The particle system is going to play. It is set to destroy itself, so we don't have to write a script. It is just saying, "Hey, kill yourself." Going to kill itself anyway, and we're done. We're done with this effect. That's very nice. And now, inside of this game object, the actual soul, we have this hit effect being instantiated by the this script here. We don't need this anymore. Okay. Now, I still noticed something, and some attacks were not being blocked by this. So if you jump on top of an archer or a crossbowman and he steps your feet, he will not apply this, he will not be blocked. He should be. So let's go into the scripts. I think it's because the attacks have been set to be impale your feet. Let's go and find them. Here's an archer peasant. Let's see. Where's your hit function? That's the wrong script. Sorry. This is the right script. So there is a top attack, and the damage type is impaled feet. So let's define a new damage type. Now open this class maybe, and look into this. There is a melee swing, melee step. Okay. And we want to name this melee melee feet. That like you're stepping on top of you. Melee top attack. You're going to fit. I want this to be easy to read later if we are doing additional death animations. And melee feet step. It's a weird name, but you know what's I think it's still very descriptive. That's the important thing. If you read a name in programming and you immediately know what it does, it's a good name. So let's go and look for the hit. The crossbowman also has, I think it's nearly the same. Or let's rename this to top attack. Nearly the same. He is actually using it as a melee swing. Okay, this is not even consistent, so this is really bad. Now we have two more damage types. Now let's be more consistent with our damage types. So melee, speed step. Now I also saw there's a raven attack, raven step, and I think there was another type of attack which was not covered yet. Skull bite, yeah, skull bite. Okay. Oh, these are all the attack. Maybe a sub type would have been nice for that. Didn't think of that when I was doing these types, but don't have time to fix that right now. The big project I would have to fix. This couldn't go. Okay, now let's just play and see if the invulnerable hit effect is being placed at the right position. Okay, we have a reference error because we have not given our main character a reference to the effect that he wants should display when being hit by an enemy. Oh, 9. Okay, here's the hit effect. Let's tie this to the prefab so we have access to this in all levels and hit play. Yeah, being shown at the right position. I think it looks like a little bit too big. I think it looks like a little bit too big. It's a little bit distracting if it's that big. So let's fix that. And it's 9. It's inside of this prefab. We just want it to be a little bit smaller. So we could just do a whole lot with all these parameters here to make this smaller. We can just scale it down. Scale it down to 0.5. And see if this applies very well to the real game world. And after that, we still have to redo the sound effect. The sound effect sounds a little bit awful right now, I think. Yeah. I still am not happy with the lifetime of the race. I think it should be 1 second maybe. because I just like fast displays of effects that actually matter. So you prospect this guy and apply damage. Yeah, and now you have an effect that is also showing that. I think the flash effect could be a little bit bigger. Didn't notice it in the when I was testing. So let's hit play one last time and then do the sound effect.
Hey!
Yeah. Okay, I want to set the size back. I don't think that was a good idea. Maybe it's just because the lifetime is so short. Let's put this to 0.35. Okay, now let's work on the sound effect. I've googled some things here. Just as usual. I mean, good programmers are good Googlers. Okay. So, how could this sound? I don't have an idea yet. What could be a good sample for the sound effect? Now, the first idea I have is really to have maybe a bright I think maybe a glass could do it. But not this one. We need an empty one. Also, metal bars. Metal bars could also be a good sound effect. We want something that has a good clong on it. This is going to be played very fast. No, let's try out glass first. Or a big metal bar. So, I'm going to get some stuff to record. Let's try that. I think that was a good spontaneous idea. Let's just try it out. Now we have our sound samples. So let's try to filter them out. So second 14 to 15, I was just waiting a little bit to get noise sound. Let's put out music because we're going into sound editing right now. This is just background noise, and I just waited there a second to generate some noise. And we can apply this to the whole clip and have less noise. Just noise. Okay, I think the second one, the last ones, the one that we will be going for. The rest didn't sound too convincing, I have to say. Now we want this effect to be placed in half of a second. Let's try what happens if we speed it up. And first let's fade this out completely at the end. Now speed it up. First try it with changing its pitch. Interesting. Now let's change the pitch. Let's see what happens if we filter. Let's just use some prefets. Hey, we don't have. It seems like we don't have any bass. We have a lot of treble. Cut the bass. We still have a clear sound. So what we shouldn't do is cut the treble. Then we won't have enough information in our sound. Yeah, I think the best information is not the important one. I also don't think that we should boost the treble. Okay, let's go for a bass cut. Now we are left with the most important information in this sound. Now let's try to improvise. I like pulse stretch. It just makes things sound magical. Could also add some reverb. Reverb is also one of the tricks I do all the time. But maybe we want to use the wow effect. We can see. And another attack angle. That doesn't sound good at all. I don't like resonance. And this has a nice cancellation pass sound. It's smaller in the reverb. Now it's just over the top. I think the dry gain is not good. Okay, let's try to fade it out and look if it maybe is working. Okay, there's a weird sound here. The white channel. Let's delete that. Let's also fade this in. It's still not fading out fast enough, so make a big fade out. Okay, now I don't like the pitch. Ooh, I think we overdid it with our editing. So because if we change the pitch now, It really sounds unnatural. So let's maybe go back in time and start again. Okay, now let's first change the pitch. I think higher is nice. Okay, I think I'm wrong. This doesn't sound good at all. Oof. Okay, I need a new idea. So first I'm going to put this here and give it a little bit more room to breathe. And pole stretch it. Oh, interesting. But it needs even more room. Pole stretch is a weird one. Then filter out the bass. It doesn't make a difference. I actually don't like the high pitch part. You need it to work. But let's put it just down a little bit. Just a little bit. Okay. Okay, now, wow. Ugh. So, let's try phasing. No. Okay, phasing is just so 90s. No, phasing, no. No, 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 no. Do we have any other tricks? What's tremolo? It's interesting. Now let's reverb this. Sounds magical, but the high pitched part is a little bit too high pitched just. So maybe a little bit bad gain. I think now it's doing nothing. It's also not good. Let's fade it out. Amplify it. And then go for the final pitch. Not that much. No. Not that much. Okay, I have to make a short pause. I have the sound too much in my head right now. So if you have the sound too much in your head, you mess up with the editing, because you kind of only know that in your brain how this specific sound sounds. So I'm waiting a little bit for my brain to catch up. Take a good glass. And let's go again. Yep. That's the effect. Oh, I want to add a little bit the high pitch. High pitchiness is a little bit too much. But only in this first part. I think this is the aggressive part. And let's hear the rest. I think this is nice. It sounds pleasant, but this part here is just so aggressive. I like aggressive sounds, but this is over the top aggressive. So change only this part. Okay. We can amplify it again. This. I don't think this is important here. So let's start really with the bam. And I want this part to be higher pitch. Did go well. Let's try again, but be a little bit more subtle. Okay, you can hear too much that these two don't fit together. Here it's okay. We could crossfade them though. So let's do that. And what's crossfading? If you put those two sounds on top of each other, fade this in, the same time you fade this out. Now let's listen. Yeah, now they fit together much better. And let's change the pitch. Not too much. Okay. Nope. I think we have to change the pitch. We have to change both pitches. It's not going to. Or maybe let's just listen. No, I don't like this. If we put down this pitch, maybe I am doing the wrong thing the whole time. Okay, let's put down both pitches by 15%. No. No. Oh, okay, 10%. Let's delete this. Amplify. And let's add some reverb and call it day. Okay, let's trigger the main part of this sound effect faster. Okay, something else. Let's give it a little bit more time to echo. And then got part of this. And put in an echo. Up. And go. Yeah, that's nice. By one thing again, like pause switch all the time. Yeah, I think that's even much better. You can always improve. Oi, oi, oi. Is this good or not? Hmm. Okay, interesting. Oh no. Oh, I'm still not convinced. It sounds a little bit like I'm just smacking dish. It's at least the quality is much better than the old sound. Okay, no, I think I'm overly critical. Come on, let's apply this and just try it out. Let's just try it out. And I think I'm just being too critical right now. So let's look. Are there the effects? No. So let's make one. Oh, that's it. Oh, how is it going? It's then there's an old effect here in these sounds. Oh, that's my WOT folder. That's my WOT folder. That's not supposed to be shown. I'm searching for the sound that we just made. So here it is. Let's drag it into Unity. Now I've imported this sound effect. And let's apply it to the prefab. 901, a new one, get your nice little hit effect here. The old one is this. Is 12. Okay, let's just see how it looks. Does it fit or not?
Ah!
No. This is not what I'm looking for. I want this to sound a little bit more like a shield effect. So how does a shield effect sound? Let's just Google. And then come up with new ideas. I think we did everything that we can with this effect. So shield hit sound. Okay. So this. Let's see how those sound. Okay, this is not the kind of shield I was looking for. Yeah, this is a really good sound. So this is from Apex. Okay, this is not the noise we want. So let's analyze this sound. We're not going for the quacking, we're going for the kind of shield noise here. Let's look if we still have more shield sounds. Not Pokemon Shield, please. Shielded. Oh, not Sword hits shield. Okay, this is even better. So in both cases, the sound is going like zoo, zoo. So starting high, and then I think there's a second sound mixed in, which then goes in like. Okay. Let's see if we can find a clear example. This is not a cyber shield. Isn't this also an Apex shield? Halo. Ah, okay. Yeah, I've heard this a million times. No. I think those sounds are way over the top. But let's listen. Okay, and these are not shield effects. Okay. I think we need a phaser. Okay, let's go for phasing. And I think we have to adjust the frequency. Right. Yeah, like this. And we need to go lower pitch. But we are going to do it later. Let's try this. This is really a cyber sound now. But let's just put it down the pitch a lot. Okay, the problem with the sound is it's too long. So let's now make this again. Okay, let's cut out more of this sound. Fade this in. And you see that I'm really not happy with the sound and really having my problems here. Cutting it into smaller bits and bits, not a good sign. Probably have to start again from the start. Because now I don't have any bass to work with. Yeah. I'm going back to the start. Back to the starting point. Okay, so I think I understand and underestimated how high pitched this sound is. I think this is really what I underestimated. Let's see if this version still has some bass. Yes, still has some bass. Or does it? Okay. Holy shit, this will be really hard. Okay, let's look if we can make this into a nice hit sound. Ooh. Ooh. Still not convinced at all that this will work out. Sounds too metallic. It will be really be hard to make this into a shield effect sound. Let's not pulse stretch this time. I think pulse stretch is this time not useful at all. So what do we then? Take the sound. I have an idea. Let's take the last bit of the sound and make this into the hit sound. Oh, you might think, okay, that's not going to work. Not sufficient. It's not loud enough. It sounds weird. I'm going to apply the phaser effect now, and hopefully it will work. Okay, let's hear into this sound again. Hmm. Oh no, I applied. And it's pitch up again. It's too short though. Working, but it's too short. Let's reverb it to get some length. Now, length is not important, but it's nice to have. Could have this to be a really short sound, which matches actually the mid effect, and it's just a very, very fast effect. Was it really reverb? What did I do? Reverb? Yeah. Give this a phaser and make it not sound too weird. It's a little bit too weird for a medieval game. I think we're getting there. Yeah, this sounds like much better effect for a medieval game. This could fly. Now let's try changing the pitch again and see which pitch we are happy with. I'm also maybe wanting to try to fade this in with the actual effect. Now I'll make this new track. I think this you have to pitch down. And now I think now their pitches match. Now let's pitch them both up and down. Terrible. 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 I think they're at a good pitch. Yeah, maybe this is a perfect pitch. And I want to de-amplify this because I want this to be in the background. Now maybe we can this background thing sound weirder. Now let's pause stretch. Now it comes in. Yeah. Let's try this. Oh. Maybe just pitch this one up. Okay. Pitch this one up without pole stretch. Okay, let's export this to Unity and see how it sounds. I think this effect is way better than the first one, which is a bit of a shame because we spent a lot of time on the first one. But well, if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. Okay, let's just try it out.
Ah!
Yay! This is nice. Okay, I think that's okay. I think we can be super happy with this. This is really now sounds like the shield effect, and it doesn't go too much into the cyber age. I'd say we can cross out this subtask. Yay! So we still have 4 subtasks ahead. The subtasks are actually pretty easy to code because this time there's no additional effects involved, no sounds involved, but still we know how it works. We are not going to finish this today. It's all the time. Like having 4 subtasks, yeah, it's going to be hard. So the first task is no health cost for blood magic. I think I have to find this skill now, which is maybe skill 5. I think yeah, this is skill 5. When Lane, our main character, is under 40 HP, Lane can cast blood magic without health cost. Oh, I've forgotten something. We've edited skill 9. We have to edit the description text. So, drinking a blood chalice will spawn 3 souls. When Lane goes into melee with a human enemy. Oh, wait. This is the wrong one. Will spawn a. Let's call this one a shield soul. Yay. This is not a shield. Yeah, in medieval times, the shield soul. When Lane goes into melee. Melee? Melee? I think it's melee. Oh god. I have to look it up. I think I pronounced it wrong 1,000 times today.
Melee. Melee.
Melee. Okay. So how do you pronounce melee attack? Pronounce. Melee. Melee. Okay. When Lane goes into melee with a human enemy, the soul does damage to the enemy. So this is now changing when an enemy would do melee damage to Lane, the shield will damage the enemy instead. Let's not write about the pushback. That will be too much. You also will see a skill description video. You will see this in the video. So we have to be very short with our words here in this text, because the text box where the skill is described has to be very short. So let's apply this text and change the German description. Okay, let's apply this. And now go to the description for skill 2. Drinking a blood chalice will spawn 3 souls. They will circle around lane until each will circle around lane until it blocks an enemy projectile. Pretty straightforward, we can apply this. Okay, now let's get to our next skill. So this is pretty much just a value change, not an effect change, which makes it easier to apply, but something will go wrong. So, what do we want to do? When blood burst is activated, blood magic deals 15 health points when killing something. That's not a good sentence. 2 times when. So how you restructure this sentence? Oh no! That's not computer science, I can't do this. Okay. Heals 15 health turn each time Lane kills something. With it. Okay. That's easy. Apply. So okay, the second one, when Lane is under 40 HP, Lane can cast blood magic without health cost. This is going to be plainly like just the rewritten is suffering bloodthirst. Yeah, and that's it. That's all the changes we want to do, and these are really easy changes to apply. And let's also copy this description. Instead of activated, he's suffering. He's suffering. But first, we know in both cases that it has the same condition. Okay, let's see if there's more. Deal more damage. Okay. There was also a skill I wanted to do somewhere where your if we buff blood magic 1, the base skill is you have a base attack, the first one you can activate, and this attack is going to scale very badly into the late game right now. Not very badly, but not very strong. And I thought maybe this would apply additional damage. So you start with a basic attack that you choose at the beginning, and then it's good against the enemies that you have there and can kill them. But later on, you actually don't want this attack at all, because it's weak. It does 50 damage. Every other attack does like 150 or 80. Yeah, around 80 damage at least, or can even do more. And this is where Blood Magic 1 is just very weak. So we want to change this. No, I don't have a good idea. The first idea I had is, hey, make maybe the blood magic apply additional damage above, debuff, above on an enemy. If you hit that enemy again, your next attack is going to deal more damage. But we already have so many deal more damage skills. This is a little bit redundant, and you would just stack your damage too much. And if there's so many effects that can stack your damage, then at some point you will just not try to actively deploy them. You just do some stuff, and something is always going to deploy additional damage. So we want the player to have something that's maybe a little bit more helpful than that. Okay, let's skip this. No. Actually, on the other side, it's not bad. It activates other effects. Maybe I would say will skip this part until we do testing, and we have no idea at the moment. I have no idea at the moment how the balancing is going to play out. It could be that the game is too easy right now, and if I buff the character again and again, it's not going to be fun. If it's just going to be too easy. Now, on the flip side, I could just buff the enemies. But this is just going to take time, and I have to test the balance first. And I've done so many changes, and I haven't played the game for very long, and I really have to do testing. Just here, test that. I don't want to. Don't want too many changes. I'm already having too many changes at once. There will be some bugs that I have, and then I can look into the balancing. Okay. So what are we going to do first? This is skill number 5. But let's just Google search for skill 5 Q1. Okay. Heal effect. Ooh, but there is no. There's nothing in the character script which references it. Let's find the usages of this heal effect. There must be something. Okay, here we have the enemy. And if the enemy is staying, a character has skill choice 1 and the damage type is blood magic. 0 is blood magic. Then we are going to wait. Compare this better. Damage type blood magic. I think blood magic can also spawn explosions. That's bad. Because explosion can also be triggered by bombs that are thrown by other enemies. Yeah. Let's just look through the damage types. Ooh, skill 13, dash and push. We'll have to look into that. Who does this damage? Also blood damage? Skill 13 dash. Let's look into that. Find usages. Yeah, it actually does damage. Okay, so we have to put in all these different skills that the player can learn. And now we have to check if the character is currently under bloodlust. Oh, we can read it. Player char. Can we read the bloodlust? Less than or equals 0? Yes, we can. So, we're finished with this one. Yeah, that's the code. That's as hard as it was. Oh, So we are left with one more skill. So this is one other one. No health cost for blood magic. Okay, this is in this. Sorry, this is in this character script. Let's look into the 5u1. 5u1? No. 502. Voice 5. Still 5. Okay. Choice 1. Choice 2. Okay, here's skill choice 5 ask. And now we also have to ask, is our blood last at less than 0 or equal? Put in these brackets just for readability. I don't like to go without these brackets because for me in my head those belong together, even though the game logic doesn't ask for them. Where is this? Okay. Now we have to check this one again. We did not check if it's under 40 HP before, which is a little bit fuck. Well, no one saw that one, I guess. Okay, now we have deployed that. I think this check might be better to be in a function because we repeat this code 3 times. Oh, it's actually whatever. No. Let's not do this. Okay, let's put these lines here into a function because we repeated this this line of code 3 times. We cannot leave this just like that. Where can we put this? Yep. Private. Right. Oh, what does the method do? It applies damage to your character whenever you cast blood magic. That's not a good name. Apply blood magic. Self damage. Yeah, I think that's a good descriptive. Inside of this, only this code. And now we have to find where we did cut that out. Oof, maybe I shouldn't have cut it out. Sorry. Here. be in skill 13 too. Want to see what this function does. Oh, okay. It's a health skill that is getting you back 50 damage after some time. It's a little bit Call of Duty. Only if you pick that skill, and it's not going to give you back your whole health that you lost. So we have to check this here. Um, we have to check every time. Normally, if you're falling at a 5 HP, you can't cast Blood Magic. So we have now to check if this still applies. So if you have this skill though, you don't need to have get a cooldown on your Blood Magic. You if you can't pay the cost for your Blood Magic in this game, you always pay 5 health cost. And if you can't pay that, then you have to wait for a cooldown until you cast your Blood Magic. This is to discourage spamming your attack. So you can spam your attack pretty much as long as you have enough health, but if you run out of your health, you need to wait a little bit. This way, you still can cast it. Just I think it's a 2 or 3 seconds cooldown. So in a tight situation, that can be annoying. You want to avoid that. But it's not that it's game ending. You still can cast. You can still defeat boss enemies. Or yeah, if you run into situations where you're in a tight spot, you're not completely screwed. You're just pretty screwed. So, how we are going to test this? First, let's put away this peasant. Peasant is a little bit annoying me a little bit. Because he's a little bit too aggressive for level 1 enemy. Which yeah, we are going to fix later. Not today though. It's way too late for that. But we can now test skill 9U1 and 9U2. So let's go back and activate them for the character actually. Character, let's activate them. Is it 9? Was it really skill 9? Skill 5. Skill 5.1 and skill 5.2. For both choices, we can test them at once. One will be that if we are under Bloodlust, we can cast as much blood magic as we want. So we see we are not under Bloodlust, but we can cast blood magic. Good. Now let's get under Bloodlust first. Okay, now we are blood first. Can we cast? Okay, we see that this cast here does not do any damage to ourselves. Now let's kill an enemy and see if we get healed by 15. Yes, we did. Yeah, it's barely noticeable, but we did get healed there. Try that again. Yeah, it's a nice little heal. It's barely worth the cost though. So I think the other skill is a little bit stronger right now. Let's put at the heal to 25. Where was the heal effect? Heal. Where's the heal effect? Healing effect. I think it's no, not this one. Yeah, this is a heal effect. Oh. Another skill. This is the heal skill. And let's put the heal amount to 25. Okay, now I think that's fine. And yeah, we're pretty much done with this. That's it. So we can delete this. It's 2 more things crossed out on our to-do list. Great. Now, there's a skill that adds 50%, 55% to our main attack. If every attack. Now we were going to recode it that it does 50% more damage, but only when we are under Bloodthirst. So let's first find the skill. And I've completely forgotten which skill it is. It's skill 6. And I remember again. And let's first re-edit the text. First we can copy the text that we just used here. Renane is suffering blood magic. Bloodthirst, blood magic does 50% more damage. Now I have to look into the fire. This is base damage or additional damage, because there's a distinction. Just go to the implementation, please. So it's additional damage. Okay. 50% more additional additional damage. Then the base damage, but that's a little bit self-explanatory. We play a lot of games. Oh, and the second part is, oops, to copy this kind of text here. When he's suffering bloodthirst, bites heal triple as much. They also bites damage and heal triple as much. Yeah, that's it. That's a good description right now. Okay. Add this to the prefab. And I'll go for the German part. Okay, so we have edited the skill descriptions. Now let's go for the actual skills. So actually we can get to have done all our sub-steps, which will be a great leap forward. Also, today is maybe the first time I will stream for 10 hours straight. So this is also a great accomplishment. Just nice feeling to be back into hardcore coding again. Oh, skill 6. Let's look into it. First, we wanted to say it will do 50% more damage. Okay. It's now, but also want to make sure that Bloodlust is less or equal to 0. And that's it. Yay! We have just edited the skill. Yeah, we're finished. No, we're not. No, we're finished. Finished. Let's see if there's more references. Oh. Oh, there's a power hunt for charging. Put on both conditions here. Okay. This line of code. Approve that. And now, what does this do? This is the part where Bloodlust has to be smaller or equal to 0. Done that. Now we only have to apply the additional damage. Or bite if we are under Bloodlust. Oh, where are the bite effects? Oh dear, this byte here should be under the byte section. Oh, let's see. Do we have an error now? No? Byte X. And let's put this byte here underneath. Byte it. Okay. Now let's make a new variable. I think it's an integer. Byte damage. And this will be the damage. And only if oops. Oh, only if we have skill choice. What was this? 6, 1 or 2? I think it was 2. Come on. Skill choice 1. Come on, I can't see this in byte here. Was 2. Just copy this condition. Then we will triple our byte damage. Pass this to the enemy. We're done. That's it. So the last part is now the byte damage will be absurdly high. You don't want this. Actually, I wanted to reduce the byte damage all for the character. Let's do this. I think there's a field for byte damage. Here it's 20. Let's halve it to 10. The reason because why I do nerf this is the byte damage is applied 5 times when you bite to an enemy. And in the new version balancing, we will still have to find out if this flies. Maybe it's a stupid idea to half the time the byte damage. But the idea is that the character only bites enemies which are bleeding, and then you are going to instantly kill them. Because you can actually now see when the enemy is damaged so much that the next attack will kill him immediately. They will only bleed if they are at 1 HP. They actually won't die then. They will be put at 1 HP when they are put to 0 first time, and then display a bleeding effect. Now whatever you hit on the character again will kill your enemy immediately. This is so the bite effect is encouraged and that you heal as much as you can. Okay. Oh. How are we going to test this? Have to get ourselves under Bloodlust again. And we will put just check skill 6.1 and 6.2. Okay, let's do this. Let's get into Bloodlust. Okay, we are under Bloodlust. Okay, I can see it does 75 damage instead of 50, which is 50% more base damage. Yay! Okay, now what we are going to do next is the bite. The bite here. Normally should be, I don't know. Damn, I was taking the power up, which reset my bite damage by Bloodlust. So what I saw, I did 30 damage, so 3 times the damage. The damage is right. I now have to do the same with the have to check the healing. Okay. We were healed by 30. I don't think that's triple as much. It's still normal. Oh, yeah, there's still a bug when we bite. We will immediately put ourselves into blood first. It's because bite does damage, dealing damage activates blood first. We have to look into the enemy stats. Where we apply, where we change blood first. It's here. So, and damage type is not bite. Okay, that's the first thing we do. Then the second thing is we have to find out why we did not heal triple as much as we should. So let's look into the healing effect and go into the script. This is just going to trigger bite heal, which we just edited. So this is all right. Hmm. So this should actually have trickled. This should actually have tripled our heal. Didn't. I cannot see why. We enable the skill. Yes. Check for it. Yes. Still didn't work. Yes. Hmm. 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 The most awkward part about that is Invited actually use the same code. And I know now why it didn't work. Because we are changing blood first, and this is going to set the bloodlust above 0. So let's just put this after we apply this additional effect and check for the bloodlust. This will actually now work. I think then we are really finished for today and have all the sub steps we wanted to do done. It's actually really great. So let's test this. So first, let's get into Bloodlust. Okay. Something. This little boss pickup here is not supposed to be able to be kicked around. So I think it's on the wrong layer. Can we put this on a layer where it doesn't only Boden collision there? That's a good idea. Now it's only going to collide with the ground. Maybe a little bit nicer. It's annoying me that this thing is always flying around when it's hit by a projectile. So let's go again. Okay, now we're into Bloodlust. Let's heal our... No, let's heal ourselves. 90. Nice. So it was tripled. Let's heal ourselves without Bloodlust. 30. So it was tripled when we are suffering Bloodlust. So exactly the thing that we wanted to do. Now we have changed this prefab right here. We have to apply it to the in this object here. We want to override this in all scenes, so we have to change the prefab. But now we can cross out these two. Or can we? Yes, we can actually. I actually noticed something in my head that I have overlooked, and that is one skill that was enabling you to have more maximum bloodlust, and I'm not sure if it still works. Just check it to get skills 3. Let's just check this skill if it still works as it should be, because we did a lot of changes and we have to check if everything that is related to bloodlust, bloodthirst, is still working. So this is choice skill 3, choice 1. This is going to double your time until bloodlust triggers. So let's see. This skill is enabled. Will at the start of a level double your maximum bloodlust and your bloodlust. Fine. And there should also be some references. Here, this is just some dialogue that is triggered when you pick this skill. So we will have to do that tomorrow, because skill 3, choice 1, Nosferatu dialogue. This has to change. It did, in the current build, Nosferatu is going to say, you are now able to bite humans, I see. And in the current build, you can bite humans from the start. So that doesn't make any sense anymore. So we have to change this reference. This skill actually does now do that you have more time until bloodlust is triggered. So we have to re-record the dialogue. I'm not sure if I can do it tomorrow. Tomorrow I will have to work, and after that I'm going to have training. So I'm probably going to do this at Thursday. Or at Tuesday? Maybe a Tuesday. I can find the time after working. And let's then look into it even further. More usages. Okay, no, that's it. I think that's it for the bloodlust. Great, that's actually great. We still have to write new bloodthirst tutorial message to real message as a tutorial message that explains how bloodthirst works, and we have to rewrite that message. What else do we have to change? We'll have to re-record the skill video, but we are going to record all skill videos later. We don't have to make a new task for that. In level 1, we have to check how bloodthirst is triggered in the tutorial. Save this. So yeah, that's not really hard tasks. That are probably going to be done in maximum 1 hour. Hard for today. I have streamed longer than 10 hours for today. So it's 11 PM in Germany right now. So I'm going to finish the stream right now, and I wish everybody a nice day and a good evening, a nice day. Goodbye. I will be streaming tomorrow evening again.